And a pleasant good morning from the East Cobb Complex in Marietta, Georgia, as we welcome you to day number 2 and the first round of games for the 2022 Sophomore National Showcase. Along with Dave Ronsley, I'm Steve Lennox. Delighted to have you on board. Up first, and our first of 3 games on this Thursday. We'll have 2 this morning and 1 later this afternoon. Team Black versus Team Gray, and we are underway. Dave Ronsley, we saw a lot of these players yesterday with the instructional drills and the rounds of batting practice. They took infield, outfield, and now we are set for games. And give us an idea of some of the young players that you're expecting and excited to see here for Black and Gray.
Well, really it boils down to who's pitching as far as who I'm excited to see. I think we're going to see all day today the top pitchers in this class on the first day of 2 days of games, and that, of course, includes Samuel Cozart, who will be pitching for the Navy team, I think, in the next game. Number 1 ranked player in the class. But as I said yesterday, this is such a talented class, and I feel a real affinity with them. So many of the players here have participated in the 13U Festival in 2020 in Oklahoma City and the 14U Festival in Fort Myers, Florida last year, and I was able to broadcast both those games. So I've got a real good feel for a lot of these players, but very anxious to get some new information, some new evaluations of the rest of this talented class.
Team Gray taking the field. They'll be the home team versus Team Black in our first game of the day. As we look at Connor Lytle, the second baseman for Team Gray. And we just wrapped up, Dave, the 2022 Junior National Showcase on Wednesday. And a lot of the primary pitchers went 2 innings in their outings over the 2 days that we worked together. Here it's going to be a little different. They're going to be stretched out. A lot of these pitchers are going to be called upon to work 3 total innings.
And that's the norm at a perfect game showcase, to tell you the truth. At some showcases, the big national showcases, we just cut it down to 2 innings just because of the number of pitchers we have. But at this showcase, they're going to go 3. And, that's a comfortable amount for these guys. You'd be surprised. The pitchers at this level actually, seem to throw more strikes sometimes than the pitchers at the older age groups, the juniors and seniors. So we'll see how it plays out. Luke Papano on the mound for the Gray team, and I'm excited about that. I mentioned yesterday during drills and BP, he's one of my picks to click in this class already. An extremely high-level athlete who's really a 50-50 guy, and by that I mean there's a 50% chance he ends up on the mound. There's a 50% chance he ends up as a slugging outfielder. So we'll see what he brings to the mound and how much he's improved since the last time we saw him there.
Papano has committed to Kentucky, considered the number 1 left-handed pitching prospect in his home state of Ohio. He is from the Cincinnati, Ohio area. He is touted as the number 2 left-hander nationally. Those rankings, of course, from Perfect Game, and we welcome you to our broadcast again. This is game 1 of 3 on this Thursday, and the teams participating and the players participating in the Sophomore National Showcase. These will be sophomores, late summer, early fall, and we are set for baseball with game number 1 about to get underway. And Dean Moss, Vanderbilt commit from IMG Academy in Florida, takes the first delivery from Papano for ball 1, and we are underway.
Yeah, Dean Moss might be more used to hitting in the 3 or 4 spot in lineups. Number 3 ranked player in the country, as you said, just a big, strong, powerful left-handed hitter.
Papano fastball has been registered as high as 87 in the past. Dean Moss, the leadoff hitter here. And Moss takes a called strike 3.
If you're joining us for the first time for a PG showcase, wanted to point out a few differences in these games, the most important of which is there's no walks or hit by pitches. If you get a ball 4 hit by a pitch, A ghost runner will be sent down to first base, and you will stay in the batter's box and get just fastballs for the remainder of that at bat. It's also a 3-batter minimum and 5-batter maximum per inning, or 3 outs, whichever comes first.
Jacob Kendall stands in, and Papano facing 2 left-handed batters to start. Papano again scheduled to go the first 3 innings. Good breaking ball there from the left-hander. This is in tight near the hands with that breaking pitch. Goes to the outer half. That one tapped foul outside of first base. Kendall to left center field. Hudson Chance and Chiarodo, and is the left fielder Hudson Chance taking care of it. So 2 up, 2 down for Luke Papano here in the top of the first inning. Papano's mixed the breaking ball in early on, and Will Hines will stand in for Team Black here.
We talked a lot about Holiday yesterday, the whole Holiday family background. Just a great physical projection there, 6'3", 185 pounds. And like all the Holidays, he can really swing the bat.
I said Hines. I thank you for correcting me there, Dave, as it is Holiday. Anything to make of the fact that Papano is facing 3 straight left-handed batters to open up?
No, I think the fact is that they arranged the lineup to have the number 3, the number 5, and the number 7 ranked players in the country. That was the intent with the lineup, is to put the top players at the top of the order because maybe they get an extra at-bat over the course of 2 days. And I have no idea where that curveball missed. I don't think Luke Papano does either. The Holiday will live to see another pitch.
Bouncing ball to second. Lytle cannot field it cleanly, and a 2-out base runner as Ethan Holiday is able to reach.
I have my earbuds in. Can you hear your audio?
And now Papano will face his first right-handed batter. And this one hit on the ground, deep third. Aiden Forrest fires across the diamond, and he throws it away. Caleb Doty will give chase. Holiday to third. And Holiday looking for instruction. It looks like he'll stay put, and that will put runners at second and third. And Papano easily could be out of this inning. We'll see how he deals with adversity right now with second and third and 2 away.
Well, we saw this continually through the Junior National Showcase with players 2 years older. They're a year and a half, 2 years older. The difficulty of making that throw from third base. You know, something maybe if we're calloused enough to be watching high-level college and big league baseball, we don't see as much. But at this level, very difficult to make that long throw across the diamond.
Luke Beeler from Jenks, Ohio, touted as the 63rd best prospect in the nation. And a base hit into right center field. And the throw off line. Holiday and Beeler coming to score.
And that will be the 5th hitter of the inning, so we will switch it up on the 5-batter max, but a nice job of hitting.
Pardon me, that was Gabe Boyd.
Gabe Boyd,
with the base hit.
Just lining that up the middle for 2 RBIs.
So 2 runs across in the inning. And we get our first look at Hunter Richardson, who is on the mound. And Richardson ready to go to work against Team Gray in a 2-0 lead. And he's expected to go the first 2 innings for Team Black.
Richardson, a 6'1", 182-pound lefty. Also a University of Kentucky commit, so University of Kentucky laying down the left side of their rotation here nice and early with this 2025 class. Richardson from Vidalia, Ohio, pitches for the Wow Factor National. Has been up to 84 in the past and through 58 innings in PG events in 2021. So a young man with a lot of experience under his belt already.
Ball's in now, 2.
Hunter Richardson is ready to go. And Mike Papano, first batter that he faces, will be from the left side. Everett Johnson from Youngsville, North Carolina. Ranked number 15 in the nation for his class by perfect game. Ground ball past the mound. The shortstop, Pellet, makes a nice play, but unable to pop up and make a throw. And a leadoff base runner for Team Gray.
And that's Everett Johnson to a T right there. Probably the best leadoff hitter, leadoff profile in this class, and maybe in a couple other classes too. Mentioned it yesterday when talking about him during batting practice. He had an on-base percentage last year of .606 in 41 perfect game games. Whether it's walking or singling, he just has a way of getting on first, and there's a good chance he'll be trying to head to second sometime in this at-bat too.
Well, Richardson and Papano, both from Ohio. Mentioned Papano, touted as the number 1 lefty in the state. And Richardson right behind him, ranked number 2. They get the out at second base, Pella to Roper, and Roper's return throw not in time. So Johnson, you mentioned he could be off and running. He's erased on the base pass. And Sean Aschenfelder reaches. 2-0 lead, Team Black. Got 2 runners aboard with 2 outs against Papano in the top of the first inning. Batter is Grayson Zach, the shortstop. This one's sending the air down the right field line, and a foul ball. Caleb Ricks giving chase. They get the out at second base, and that ends the bottom of the first inning. And we go to the second with Team Black leading Team Gray 2-0. Luke Papano goes to the mound for his second inning. And Papano gave up 2 runs, both unearned, in the first inning. Ended up facing the maximum 5 batters through 21 pitches total. Fastball topped out at 87, averaged 85, and was 67 to 70 with his curveball. And Dave, on a couple of occasions, featured a nice breaking pitch.
Yeah, the breaking pitch has always been the pitch I've appreciated most from Papano. It's got ideal shape. It's got big spin rates, and he throws it for strikes.
Nice play by Lytle up the middle. Used the turf on the throw over to first base to Caleb Doty. And a base runner for Team Black to open up the second inning. Fly ball to right field, and Rosa takes care of it. Christopher Rosa in right field early on for Team Gray.
What is interesting here is that Papano has thrown
batter now, Jack Pellet,
in the zone that haven't been barreled up.
Papano again scheduled to go 3 innings. So the hitters in the black dugout will certainly get a good look before coming to the batter's box. Jack Pellet against the left-hander. Nice play at shortstop by Grayson Zach. And that's the second out of the inning. Walter Urban. And then from Manhattan Beach, California, runner goes from first, the throw down, strong throw, and in there safely. Is Jackson Roper.
Looked like the throw was there on plenty of time. Must have been something with the tag.
And with 2 outs and a runner at second base, our ghost runner on alert. Shortstop Zach moving in behind the runner, and the pitch up high. Roper, the lead runner, now at second base.
This is sometimes the dilemma of a pitcher who's in an all fastball situation, as Papano is missing up with the fastball until that pitch, and just throwing one breaking ball would probably reset his mechanics.
Runner Roper comes in to score. The ghost runner goes first to third, and on the throw in, Urban takes second base. And Team Black adding on to its lead.
And Urban, a nice at-bat there, was patient, got the fastball that he wanted, and that sort of followed up on a very solid batting practice from yesterday.
Dave, is your text chain down? That one moves to the backstop. I believe the lead runner at third base, held up. Caleb Ricks at the plate.
There's that big breaking curveball that has clearly been Papano's number one pitch here in his first 2 innings of work.
And he will get one more inning.
There we see that big nose-to-toes breaking ball. It's been the fastball that he's been hurt by for the 3 black runs so far.
So bottom of the second inning, Team Black on top 3-0. Hunter Richardson back to work on the mound.
It's easy to see the similarities between these two University of Kentucky commits. Richardson with a little more of a sweeping breaking ball and maybe a mile per hour or two less velocity, but basically the same body, the same tool package, the same athleticism. As Richardson quickly gets the first out here in the bottom of the second inning.
Team Gray batting here in the bottom half of the second inning.
Hudson Chance at the plate, big 6'3", 220-pound left-handed hitter, and he ties into that one to right center field. That'll be extra bases.
Heading for third, and he'll go in with the head-first slide. Nice job of hitting. Nice job of running the bases for Hunter Chance.
Yeah, Chance got fast curveballs with his first 2 pitches. Laid off the first one, laid off the second, was a called strike, and finally got the fastball he was looking for and knew what to do with it.
Connor Lytle at the plate.
Lytle fouling off the 83, 84 mile an hour fastballs. See the catcher signaling for that pitch up in the zone, and he got it up in the zone, way out of the zone, high.
Dave Richardson here in the second inning. What do you see? Anything different from his first inning?
Not really. He seems to be in a real nice groove right now. Despite the triple and run scored by Chance. He's spotting the breaking ball well. Just got that too much to the plate with that one fastball, but otherwise has a lot of good rhythm in his delivery and is solid stuff for a 2025. And the expectations are different for different age groups. I think that's probably fairly obvious, and especially when it comes to pitchers and velocity. If you're a 20-25 and you're 15 years old and you're consistently throwing in the low 80s, that's significant. If you look back at the progression of most pitchers, that's what even you look at the top guys, the guys who go in the first round, the All-Americans, very few of them are throwing better than, let's say, the mid-80s when they're 15 years old and coming out of their freshman year. So working 83, 84 like Richardson's been doing is really outstanding, especially from the left side and with the command and the breaking ball that he's shown. So, you go up another year or two of physical maturity, and then the expectations for what the norm is on a top-tier pitcher, obviously go up step by step. But low 80s is perfectly noteworthy, for a pitcher this age.
Picks up the strikeout there, 3-1 Black as we go to the third inning. And now we hear from PerfectGame.tv and the sights and sounds from the 2022 Junior National Showcase.
Remember, stay committed to baseball, stay committed to hard work, and stay committed to your goals. And don't forget, the pain of discipline is less than the pain of regret. Purple on 3. 1, 2, 3. Purple. Here we go.
Words of wisdom. Hi there, folks. My name is Darren Sutton, and this is Perfect Game Weekly presented by Rawlings. And this is East Cobb, the great baseball complex, the great amateur baseball complex just outside of Atlanta, Georgia. And on this show, we are focusing from this complex on Perfect Game's 2022 Junior National Showcase. 200 plus of the very best 2024 grads in the land. And what a celebration it is when you think of this event.
Yeah, the 2020 Junior National Showcase, an outstanding event, and I especially appreciated the wisdom of Frank Foltz. Many of you probably don't know, we saw at first the coach there, 70-year-old Frank Foltz, over 50 years in baseball, a lot of that in Major League dugouts as strength and conditioning coach for the Astros, the Pirates, and the Braves, and just a great baseball man with some great thoughts for the young players.
Luke Papano takes the mound for his third inning. Dave, how much communication is there, and what will they talk about in terms of when the pitcher goes back to the dugout and we know he's going to see another inning on the mound, either through the catcher or the coaching staff?
I think the coaching staff, the coaches we have here at this Sophomore National Showcase are some of our most experienced. In fact, Frank Foltz is the coach in the gray dugout, and we've seen him in previous games, really coaching up the players between innings. That's what coaches do. Rico Billups is in the black dugout, I believe, for this game, and he'll be doing the same thing. A lot of it's just, encouragement at this point. Guys like Rico and Frank don't work day to day with these kids. It's more a matter of just keeping the spirits up, and maybe with Papano saying, hey, you're making really nice pitches, you're not getting the breaks, just keep at it. Get ahead with that fastball, put them away with the curveball. But a lot of it's just being encouraging and pumping the kids up.
We see Corbin Reynolds at the plate for the first time, facing Luke Papano in his third and final inning. Hines and Berryman, Will Hines and Porter Berryman, both scheduled to go 3 behind Papano for Team Gray. Comebacker. Nice easy toss onto first base, retiring Reynolds.
Pitchers will learn to throw that over on a line and not lob it to first base. save themselves some future embarrassment. There's that breaking ball. Papano may have allowed 3 runs in his outing so far, but that breaking ball really, really stands out. As he faces his mound rival and future Kentucky teammate here in Hunter Richardson. Richardson, a left-handed thrower but right-handed hitter. Don't see that combination too often.
Takes down a Newman with the breaking ball. You touched on Papano as a hitter and can go either way in the future. How about Richardson?
Well, Richardson's that kind of athlete too as well. Although a lot of people will say, question the hitting from the opposite side as a pitcher. As a left-handed pitcher and you're a right-handed hitter, you're exposing that left arm to directly to pitches, and catching a ball in the elbow, catching a ball in the upper arm can be iffy. But we'll take our last look at Luke Papano on the mound. Had a real nice 3rd inning there. Got a couple fastball outs, which he wasn't getting in the first 2 innings. And that just sets up and makes that big curveball a more effective pitch.
Papano 3 innings. Richardson scheduled for 2 innings for Team Black. Tyler Baird, Hiram Lewis, and Carter Cutts scheduled behind Richardson for Team Black on day 1 of games. We'll have 3 games today and 3 more tomorrow to wrap up the Sophomore National Showcase from Marietta, Georgia. And here is Tyler Baird, young man from Cornelius, North Carolina.
You can see the youth in Tyler Baird's body, 6'3", 165 pounds. Plays for the South Charlotte Panthers, one of the old and storied programs in the travel baseball world. Tyler still 15 years old. Has been up to 85 at perfect game events in the past. And just looking here through 54 innings in 2021 at PG events, struck out 81. So he's got a strikeout pitch there, which usually equates to a breaking ball at this level. But that's a long and lean athletic body there.
Dominic Stevenson, young man from Marietta, Georgia. And that one goes to the backstop.
I like
Baird,
Stevenson.
15 years old. He'll turn 16 in a few months.
Yeah, I like Stevenson yesterday in batting practice. He's got a lot of strength for his age. Hit .472 last summer in 40 games. Playing mostly for USA Scout National.
Nice play at second base. And Stevenson retired.
First baseman was pulled off the bag there. Seen the second baseman with a little trouble today. Nice stop on the ball. Went to 2 knees, but throw pulled the first baseman off. Stevenson really squared that one up nicely.
Gabe Boyd now at second base, I believe, for the next 3 innings for Team Black.
Now Stevenson, a primary catcher, but a .705 runner who's stole 24 bases last year. So he's a threat to run at first. Baird working mostly 87, 88 on that fastball, so he's bringing it right now. That tops his previous high of 85 easily.
Have the runner caught between first and second. Let's see how they do the rundown here. And it is Tyler Baird getting involved. And the pitcher applying the tag for the out. Tyler with a little smile on his face, gotten in the mix there. You normally don't want your pitcher getting involved in that, as Stevenson is cut down on the caught stealing.
On the other hand, he was aggressive getting in there, and the option is having the catcher did a nice job of hustling out and was in position at first. But I think Baird might have been also laughing at the hard tag he applied.
Works the corner and picks up the strike after falling behind 2-0.
88 and 89 on those last two fastballs. So a young 15-year-old with some real life in that arm. There's the big breaking ball.
Facing Aiden Forrest. Forrest has seen time at third base. We'll also see him at first and second in this game for Team Gray. Baird a couple of steps towards the dugout.
We have seen a little tighter strike zone than we have the last few days.
And picks up the called strike 3 right there. And a nice inning for Tyler Baird.
Very nice inning. Didn't have a lot of background on Baird myself before this outing, but he's definitely a name that's going to go shooting up the rankings. Ranked 195th overall coming into this sophomore national showcase, and with that body and an 88-89 fastball, that's sure to rise significantly. And really a two-pitch guy. Saw the breaking ball there, spotting up the fastball consistently to the glove side. Nice inning of work.
So we go to the top of the fourth inning. Again, this is first of 3 game broadcasts. Our next game is scheduled to get underway at 11 a.m. Eastern, or approximately 25 to 30 minutes after this one is complete. Junior National Showcase wrapped up on Wednesday. And Will Hines now pitching behind Luke Papano. And like Papano, Hines scheduled to go 3 innings.
A couple interesting things right off the top about Will Hines. First of all, a native of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Our first Canadian we've seen. But even more interesting, Will Hines still is 14 years old. Won't turn 15 until next month. So an exceptionally young player for this class. And we have not seen him in a perfect game event. This is someone we picked up from other sources, from travel team coaches, from scouts, from college coaches, and said, hey, you need to take a closer look at this guy. Or this youngster, 14-year-old youngster.
Going to work against Gavin Stedman, outfielder for Team Black. And jumps in front, 0-2.
Well, our 14-year-old showing no sign of either nerves or that his talent doesn't belong here. 86 on the first 2 fastballs for strikes. That just misses inside with some nice running life.
Stedman reaches out, lifts one in the air to right field. And taking care of it, Hunter Chintz.
A little slider, 77 slider on the outside half. Got the hitter reaching, Stedman. Still some pretty good barrel there. They'll bring up Dean Moss for his second at-bat, so we've gone through the black order once. More of a breaking ball shape on that breaking ball as opposed to the slider he threw to the right-handed hitter, and he doubles up on that breaking ball. Gets Moss to ground out meekly to first base, and 2 up, 2 down here in Will Hines' first inning of work.
And Dave, fewer players on the roster, so we will see likely more than 2 at-bats in most instances.
Most definitely. And this is Jacob Kendall in his second at-bat.
And he is 0 for 1. Rapano retired both Moss and Kendall. Holiday and Beeler both reached on errors in the first inning. Next batter, Boyd, came through with a 2-run double. Boyd was the 5th batter to come to the plate against Papano in the first inning, and that brought an end to the frame.
We have Jacob Kendall taking first base. No ghost run. Wait. I could just hear. I mean, Jacob Kendall's been to a lot of PG showcases before. He knows better than this.
He got all the way down to first base before someone finally took notice.
I thought I heard Greg Sabers there saying, "No, wait a minute, what's going on here?" Or something to that effect from the dugout. Now Kendall will step back in again with an all fastball count.
Hines, as Dave mentioned, has been working mid-80s. To right center field and a base hit. Kendall on the throw in, going to third, will take second base. And Team Black has done a nice job here in the early innings, taking that extra base.
And that's just Jacob Kendall doing what Jacob Kendall does with great regularity. A career .474 hitter in perfect game events and even higher. This is something the center fielder will learn. This throw should be going into second base every time. He had no chance to get the runner, the ghost runner, going to third, so keep Kendall out of scoring position. That's something he'll learn in the future. The
second
value
at bat
of a base.
for, pardon me, Dave. Second at bat for Ethan Holiday. It's interesting. Was reading a couple of notes on the upcoming July draft, and I don't think 1 through 5, and it's hard to project, and you always see, first round projections, it's difficult enough to still factor in who's going to go 1, 2, 3, let alone pick 7 through 10 and beyond that. But Holiday's brother is going to be right up there and talked about often as Holiday out on strikes and 2 runners left stranded by Will Hines. Got into a little jam and was able to work out of it. We'll take a look at Hines here in his first inning on the mound, Dave.
And very impressive. The 2 things standing out, really the thing that stands out with Hines is his age, still 14 years old, but a young man we're just getting to know from Canada. But not only the raw stuff at 14 years old, but the composure. He faced two of the top hitters, 3 of the top hitters in the class, and didn't seem to be affected by it all. So a very positive first inning of work.
Dave, I don't know if you noticed it, but on a couple of sequences there, back-to-back pitches to the plate, he sort of brought the right hand out of the glove. And then I noticed with one of the last pitch sequences we saw there, he did keep it in there, something perhaps we can focus on in the next half inning when he's on the mound. Again, scheduled to go 3. Don't know if you picked up on that or not.
I saw that he was doing it. It's not a totally uncommon thing for pitchers to do. It's just part of their separation. So it would be something to coach if pitchers are separating their hands too early, just getting them to tap it once in there is a way to keep them from separating the glove and the hand too early. But something to keep track of. Good eyes there.
Is he doing it fastball and breaking ball, of keeping it in the glove a little bit longer there with one or the other?
That would be an interesting thing to watch for. Tyler Baird hustled out there and got ready to throw.
Now this is game 1, Dave. Will these 2 teams, Team Gray, Team Black, will they have more activities later this morning into the afternoon hours, or are they done for the day after their game is complete?
No, they're free to be tourists in the Atlanta area.
Okay.
Run down to the aquarium, run down to the Coca-Cola Museum, go see some of the sights of downtown Atlanta, or just relax and have a good meal and get ready for tomorrow.
Scorching hot Braves are not in action tonight. Wrapped up a series against the Nationals. And a called strike 3. As Christopher Sosa retired. 14 straight wins for Brian Snitker and the Atlanta Braves. Now within 4 games of the Mets in the National League East.
Gray is now hit around. Leadoff hitter Everett Johnson back at the plate. He singled his first time up. Oh, those Braves are something right now. 14 straight. And it's kind of like what they did last year. They got hot a little later in the season, really in August, and just turned on the Jets and rode it all the way to a World Series championship. And this year they call it the October hangover. You know, they were the last team playing last year, one of the last 2 teams playing. It just took them a little longer to hit their stride.
Remember as a kid hearing about the rubber chicken circuit. Win the World Series and your time is just taken up during the off season as you'd be at those banquets and sort of wrapping up the year. You don't really wrap up the previous October and winning the World Series title until you get to spring training. So I think we're both alluding to the same thing there. Little tapper up the first base side. That one will trickle foul. And Everett Johnson will come back to home plate.
And I'm a big NBA fan. It's even worse in the NBA because if you're with the Celtics or Warriors right now, you're getting ready for Game 6. There's a whole bunch of teams that haven't played in almost 2 months.
Right.
And they just have that much more time to get stronger, rest their bodies, you know, get ready for the next season. And yet you still have two teams still playing and are only going to have a few months break before they've got to come back for next year.
And I don't think it's talked about enough just how difficult it is, based on what we're discussing, on how difficult it is to repeat.
Johnson knew that was a strike.
He's got the same smile as we have.
It's not like the pitch was just, down the middle. It painted the outside corner, Baird did, and Johnson just like, hey, he got the better of me. Love that attitude.
Sean Aschenfelder, his second at bat. From St. John's, Florida, Creekside High School. Tyler Baird in his second inning on the mound.
Does your sheet have Tyler Baird going 2 or 3?
I have him for 3. Lewis behind him is scheduled to pitch innings 6, 7, and 8. And then Carter Cutts is scheduled for the 9th. Good fastball there to Aschenfelder. He's been 88, 86, and 88 with his last 3 fastballs. Trying to dial it up. Touched 89 earlier in this inning.
And he definitely picked up the wrong size PG cap yesterday when they were checking in. I think he's had to lean over and pick it up every time. And
Maybe a haircut later today.
And he does, pull off pretty hard there at release as well, but nothing that's just, contributing to his. There, he kept it on, made an adjustment. But one thing Baird's done this inning is he's shown more breaking ball. He's actually thrown a changeup or 2 as well, so he's mixing in his pitches more this inning, but doing a nice job of maintaining the velocity too.
High chopper, ghost runner, off from first base. Baird tosses over to first, and that retires the side. So Team Black on top 3-1 on Team Gray as we go to the 5th inning. And another promo from PerfectGame.tv.
Learn, because when we talk with a great rider and scout like Jeremy Brown, we understand the impact of this junior national showcase. So I'm going to put you right to work if you don't mind. And let's start with a couple of gifted left-handed pitchers. Drew Graham from Ohio, he's uncommitted, which is interesting, and Coleman Mayfield, Oklahoma State commit. Let's talk about those two.
So these are 2 lefties we've seen since 14U. I mean, Coleman Mayfield was dominant at the 14U WWBA a couple years back, ultimately earned a selection to the Select Festival. Up to 90, lefty, loose, long, everything you want. He just check, all the adjectives. Breaking ball, changeup, strikes, it just goes on. Then Drew Graham, we didn't see him until after the Select Festival. The freshman WWBA down in Florida, he comes out, he continues to make that jump. He was up to 90. We only got to see him for an inning. He got an extra batter to make sure we could fully evaluate him. And changeup, fastball, breaking ball, we saw his glove. His glove says 95 or die now. He says he used to have one that said 90 or die. He hit that 90. Now he's going for that 95, and I think that's coming in the next year or 2.
If you're not familiar with PG Weekly, it's probably time, if you're a baseball fan, to become familiar with it. Great series. Baseball Magazine, coordinated by and produced by Darren Sutton. Touching on a wide range of subjects, but this week, of course, the Junior National Showcase that was just concluded yesterday here at East Cobb.
Luke Beeler. And a quick first out here in the 5th inning. Will Hines continues on the mound.
And Will Hines continuing the second just the way he was in the first. Real low heartbeat, step on the mound, work fast, throw strikes, fastball and breaking ball.
Gabe Boyd 1 for 1 with a double, knocked in a couple of runs in the first inning and was the 5th and final batter in that inning against Luke Papano. So when Hines is at a perfect game event for the first time and you start getting information on him, writing information down and logging it as a scout, we've touched on what you want to see the next time from him, but how does he sort of build going forward now that you sort of have that initial report?
Well, so many of the times that we see these players are in the tournaments. And right now we don't even have information in Hines' bio of what travel team he plays for. And, of course, his being a Canadian citizen, you know, that may or may not affect it depending on his ability and availability to travel. But a lot of the information that we pick up is through the tournaments. And it would be great to see him at some tournaments. He's still eligible, obviously, to pitch in 14U tournaments. And you can bet there are coaches, travel team coaches, who are watching this, who are going to be, hey, maybe this is a guy I can pick up for a 14U national, a 15U national, because the talent level is certainly there. And I have no way of knowing whether Hines has a profile with college coaches. Since he really doesn't have a profile with Perfect Game, I'm going to assume that he doesn't have much of a profile in the college coaching community. And it's fair to say that's a really athletic play there by Hines, too. Getting the third out there. Field your position, son.
On the bare hand. And old school right there with the first baseman, Caleb Doty, leaving the glove on the bag and a nice stretch at first base.
Yeah, he looked like the third baseman on that, the way he did it. But anyway, as I was saying, you know, Will Hines, if he doesn't have any profile with these travel coaches and with these college coaches, an outing like this can literally change his life, because coaches are going to, at both levels, are going to be looking at how to contact him, get more information, you know, start the recruiting process, start the, hey, are you available to pitch in this event for this travel team, you know, on these dates? So Will Hines, you know, life is going to be changing here in the near future if he doesn't have that sort of profile, which I suspect he doesn't.
Dave, I apologize. I'll correct myself. Sean Aschenfelder was at first base, had that nice stretch, taking the throw from the pitcher, Will Hines, and then leaving the glove on the bag for the first baseman on the opposing team. And you see him right there in your picture. Hunter Richardson jogs back to his first base position.
I think that was Aschenfelter, who's a primary catcher, who we saw play all over the field yesterday. He was probably borrowing that from the other team, player on the other team.
And Sean Aschenfelder, we expect to see him behind the plate later in this game for the final 3 innings. Grayson Zach for Team Gray struck out in his first at bat. Barrett has been 86, 86, 87 on the ground to second base. And handled there by Team Black second baseman Gabe Boyd. Nice and easy play on the infield. Joseph Chiarodo at the plate now. Giroda with his second at bat. Number 1 outfield prospect in his home state of Illinois, according to Perfect Game. And touted as the number 1 overall prospect as well in Illinois by PG. Young man, 5'10", 170. College interests include Clemson, Florida, Mississippi, Mississippi State, and Vanderbilt. And we'll have a ghost runner. We did see during the junior national showcase where coaches waved off the ghost runner as they were not ready to enter the game in timely fashion. Right there, Baird. Watch the runner jog across the diamond behind the pitcher's mound.
Well, that wasn't the coaches that waved off the runners. That were the PG scouts right behind the.
Okay.
That was us saying no, let's keep the game moving. As the ghost runner, not an integral part of what's going on in the context of the whole day, since the score is irrelevant. Giroda with a big cut there in the fastball only count, but young man from Illinois very impressive with his base tools yesterday. 6.84 in the 60 and 90 miles an hour from the outfield on his throws. 84 mile an hour exit velocity in the PG Tech cage.
Out on strikes.
Just looking down these exit velocities, which are not a tell-all about bat speed and such, but they're fun to look at. That ball's driven to center field.
And the out recorded quickly by Team Black as Dean Moss is able to put it away. A 3-1 ball game moving right along to the top of the 6th inning as we take a look at Tyler Baird on the hill.
Tyler Baird, just a very impressive outing. Maintained the fastball velocity very well, and it's his go-to pitch. I'm impressed he throws it for so many strikes because he does open up that front side a little early. But he obviously a well-coordinated athlete and showed a nice breaking ball too. I was just looking through these exit velocities, and Dean Moss had the second highest exit velocity. The young man we just saw catch the ball in center field and who's ranked 3rd in the country. But Omar in Moss's was 96. Omar Cerna, 99. That really resonates for a young man this age. Will Hines is going to get his 3rd inning of work on the mound. Couldn't have thrown much more than maybe 30 pitches in his first 2 innings max. There's some college coaches taking in the action and certainly noting young Mr. Hines and his background.
Carter Kuntz will be the first batter here in the top half of the 6th inning. Kuntz is 0 for 1 at the plate so far. Young man from the state of Wisconsin. I came across a pitcher last night from up that way. We were talking about Wisconsin, Michigan, and cuts aboard with a single as he grounds one sharply through the left side. And A.J. Puck, pitcher for the Oakland A's organization, played his college baseball at Florida, went from the cold weather state of Minnesota down to Gainesville. Establishing himself still as a pitcher in the big leagues.
Don't mean to contradict you, but to Perfect Game fans, I almost and employees, I almost have to. Puck from Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
From Iowa?
Yes, grew up in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Spent his entire development time, it seemed, in the PG offices and the PG facility in Cedar Rapids. I think I first saw AJ when he was in the 8th grade, maybe, and he was already 6'4", 190 pounds. Probably born in Minnesota, I imagine, but raised definitely strongly in Cedar Rapids.
Yep, born Minneapolis, Minnesota. But I'll take you for that. That's great in terms of the home base in Iowa. A lot of traffic over at first base, as Hines was getting over there on the ball hit to the right side.
Good play by the first baseman with the accurate throw. But yeah, with Perfect Game, founded in Cedar Rapids by Jerry and Betty Ford and the Ford family, and you know, for a long time that was our only offices in Cedar Rapids. The Iowa players have always had a particular spot in Perfect Game lore, whether it's A.J. Puck or Jeremy Hellickson, the former National League Rookie of the Year, and players like that, the top guys who end up, you know, making it to the highest level of baseball from Iowa. There's just that extra special feel there for the Perfect Game staff, and especially the older PG staff such as myself.
Runner at first base with one down. Walter Urban, a base hit and a run batted in. Hines fires a strike. Still 83, 84 miles an hour with the fastball. It's working 85, 86 last inning. That one goes to the backstop. Runner will move up. And Pellet now in scoring position. With Ben Peterson behind the plate. Peterson will move to left field for the final 3 innings. As we look at the defensive chart, the first and second. And Walter Urban now with the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. Again with the base on balls, we get the ghost runner at first base. Fastballs for the duration of this at bat.
Fastballs are pretty much just what Hines has thrown this inning anyway. We saw some breaking balls the first 2 innings, but I never felt he was comfortable with the breaking ball. It took a slider shape sometimes. It took a curveball shape sometimes. There really wasn't a lot of consistency to it yet. And with a 14-year-old, you don't even know how long they've really been throwing a breaking ball, as a number of young pitchers won't even start throwing the breaking ball until they're 13 or 14 years old and on the bigger field.
Will you inquire with a pitcher as to how long at this age, how long they have been throwing a breaking ball?
In specific circumstances, maybe, but that wouldn't be a general thing at this age, no.
What would be a number one concern for you with a pitcher at this age in a breaking ball? This one hit to short. They go to second for 1, and the return throw over the first baseman. Here comes a runner around to score, and that is Pellet, who comes in to score. But get your thoughts on that. What's a red flag? What raises the eyebrow? What's on your radar?
I think 2 things really. One of them is frequency. If you see a pitcher 13, 14 years old who's throwing just a significant percentage of breaking balls, that's going to be counterproductive at this age. And it points to way too much emphasis on winning and getting an out today than on development. And then second thing is just arm action and release. If you have an arm action that and a pitching mechanics that are inconsistent and high, especially high effort, and you're trying to twist that breaking ball, it's something that can lead to injury rather easily. One of the the primary reason you want to see a pitcher repeating his mechanics and his arm slot and stuff, of course, is command. But the other is when you get out of that slot, that's when injuries happen. If you're throwing a lot of breaking balls and then you're changing your release slot, you're trying to throw nasty breaking balls instead of just using your regular mechanics, that's when you get into the injury spectrum.
2 strikes on Carter Ricks. And I believe now 2-2. That pitch sails high. Walter Urban now the runner at second base. Urban now credited with 2 runs batted in. Good fastball there from Will Hines. And that completes the top of the 6th inning. And Hines, we expect to be done for the day as he takes the cap off and received in a positive fashion over on the third base side in the dugout.
As I said before, Will Hines, baseball life and life in general might be changing a little bit in the near future based on that outing and what I take to be his debut in front of the larger baseball community. And I'm happy for the young man and his family back in Mississauga, Ontario. And I'll throw out my jinx, Steve. We're sitting here at an hour and 15 mark in the bottom of the 6th inning of I think it's scheduled as a 9-inning ball game here.
That's what we have with the number of pitchers and the defensive alignment allotted for 9 innings. We could go 10. As we take a look at Hiram Lewis now on the mound for Team Black.
Lewis, another long and tall drink of water. 6'4", 175 pounds listed. 15 years, 4 months old, from Ravenwood High School in Brentwood, Tennessee.
Schools of interest: Vanderbilt, Tennessee, and Knoxville, and Texas. Shared on his bio, back in May, participated in the Sunshine Midwest Showcase in Kansas City. Made the 2025 top prospect list based on that event.
And I was about to say, he got his invite to this Sophomore National Showcase based strictly on its performance at that Sunshine Midwest. It was held at the Kansas City MLB Youth Academy. And that's really one of the purposes of our Sunshine Showcase series. They're the opening showcases of the summer. That ball's grounded lightly to first base by Hudson Chance. Yeah, I think we had 12 Sunshine Showcases around the country this year. One of them in Kansas City in late May, and Hiram Lewis went there, was up to 84 on his fastball, showed good spin on a 70 breaking ball. Obviously has that young profile pitcher's body, and pretty easy invite to get here to Georgia to continue his development.
Young man carries a 4.25 grade point average in the classroom. On his bio, his dad, Hiram IV, starting quarterback at Vanderbilt from 95 through 1998. Was a grad assistant with the football program at Vandy, 98 through 2001.
Yeah, if the coaching staff at Vanderbilt didn't know that before, they know it now.
His grandfather was a 3-year starting pitcher at Stanford. And his grandfather, Hiram Lewis III, played pro ball, got to Double-A, played pro ball in the 60s in the Giants and Mets organization. This one down the right field line, going for extra bases for Connor Lytle. And Lytle all the way around to third, landing gear down, arrives ahead of the throw, and no tag applied by the third baseman.
Nice piece of hitting there, shooting it down the right field line. And thinking triple right away, I'm sure. So if I heard you correctly there, Hiram Lewis is Hiram Lewis the fifth.
Yes. Doesn't give indication on his bio, but yeah, Grandpa the third, Dad the fourth.
And woe be it to Hiram Lewis the fifth if he does not have a son at some point. But in general, we've already alerted the Stanford and Vanderbilt coaching staffs of the connections in the Lewis family.
Ben Peterson at the plate. Look out, has to duck out of the way.
That last pitch, 86 miles an hour. Nice.
Give you one more on Hiram Lewis. You're going to love this one.
Please.
Go ahead.
One more on Hiram Lewis.
All right. So at 15, and you touched on the height, he's a young man who people are always going to assume that he's older. He used to be a bat boy at Vanderbilt and shares that head coach Tim Corbin, who great storyteller, terrific coach. Coach Corbin taught him how to stand for attention during the national anthem, and that has stuck with him over time.
Nice.
Dominic Stevenson at the plate. Pitch came in on the hands. He swung through it.
So obviously the Vanderbilt coaching staff already very well aware of Hiram Lewis.
That's a great tidbit right there. Ball trickles away from the catcher, but not far enough for the runner at third. Lytle to try to score. I believe it's Corbin Reynolds behind the plate here in the bottom of the 6th inning. That one goes to the backstop. Lytle will score standing up. Mentioned the GPA, and Dad and Grandpa, Vanderbilt and Stanford, right in line athletically and in the classroom.
That's a mature bit of pitching, whether it was Corbin Reynolds pitch calling or Lewis on the mound. Just threw 2 straight fastballs to the backstop, so his mechanics with the fastball aren't in sync right now. And so he threw a breaking ball, threw a very good breaking ball that looked like it caught the outside corner, or our umpire disagreed. But yeah, if you're not throwing your fastball for a strike, throw a breaking ball, throw a changeup, and something to get your mechanics reset.
Carter Kutz, base runner, ghost runner at first base, if you will.
course, no options here. All fastballs in this count.
Stevenson swings right through that fastball. By the way, on Twitter last night, Mike Wilner covers the Toronto Blue Jays, and we talked about it yesterday. How do you, at the big league level, how do they designate the base runner in extra innings? He referred to it as the Manfred runner. So I thought of you at 3:30 this morning when I read that.
Okay, the Manfred runner.
I don't think that will ever take over officially, but I liked it. Left field line, you see the wall out there in left field.
So do we get to call it a perfect game event, the runner, the Ford runner?
You could going forward.
Jerry Ford.
Runner takes off, cuts now at second base. Identifying the wrong player there, I do apologize. Chance the runner, and out at the plate is Stevenson. And Team Black on top of Team Gray, 4-2, as we go to the top of the 7th inning here in Marietta, Georgia.
I hope to get seen, let people know about me, about myself.
Trying to open some eyes from some colleges.
I was hoping to get more exposure, and I have accomplished that so far.
My name is Cade Lanehorse, Andy Perez,
Adonis Smith.
My name is Eric Cha, and I'm at the Junior National Showcase.
hoping to open some eyes. The commitment is like, you kind of wait for it and you get a little anxious, but you know it's going to come because your hard work is going to always pay off. I know today what I have to do to be successful and leave with a positive mindset of that I came here and did what I needed to do.
We've got a new pitcher on the mound for the Gray team. Porter Berryman. Berryman, a 5'11", 175 left-hander from Little Bern, Georgia. Has been very active in perfect game events over the years. Has accumulated 144 innings over 4 years. 144 innings with 175 strikeouts. Been up to 84 in the past. Most recently saw Porter at the 15U PG Southeast Elite Championships here in Atlanta, or in early June. Was named to the all-tournament team as a pitcher there. 80-83 with the fastball, 70 curveball. Struck out 7 in 3 innings of works and allowed no hits and 1 walk. Pitching for the 9th inning Royals.
Griffin Ennis stands in. Ennis 0 for 1. Adding a little wrinkle to our game broadcast on day 1 of games here at the 2022 Sophomore National Showcase. Darren Sutton, a perfect game, working this week and shooting this week's episode of Perfect Game Weekly. Entire episode shot on location in East Cobb at the East Cobb Baseball Complex. And it will premiere immediately after our coverage concludes later today with our 3rd game. Over 160 players at this year's Junior National Showcase. Over 160 players who have not yet committed to a college or university. We'll hear from players talking about their process and some of the things that they had hoped to accomplish over this past week. Berryman misses upstairs again, scheduled to go the final 3 innings. Pano and Hines before him both went 3. Griffin Ennis out on strikes for the first out here in the top of the 7th inning. Reynolds 0 for 1, his second at bat.
Berryman, one of many players we've seen that attends Parkview High School, that storied program that just churns out D1 professional players year after year.
Reynolds puts a charge into one, and this one will take a couple of hops to the left center field wall. And Reynolds stands at second base with a well-struck double.
Well, Reynolds, just like Ennis before him, just like Hiram Lewis, gained his spot here at one of the Sunshine showcases, Sunshine South, Sunshine East, in Reynolds' case down in Sanford, Florida. And he made his mark defensively, so it's real nice to see Corbin Reynolds, already known for his defense, putting that double up the left center field alley.
Hunter Richardson stands in with the runner at second base. Takes up and away from the left-hander, Porter Berryman.
Berryman working in the low 80s, 80, 82 with the fastball, mixing in a breaking ball and a changeup.
Down the right field line, up the bat of Richardson. And this one misplayed by the right fielder and second baseman, going down the line and racing all the way around to come in to score as Richardson at second base. And Team Black on the board here as Reynolds came in to score.
That ball just got up into no man's land in between right fielder and the second baseman. I was just glad to see that those two players don't collide, because with players who've never played before, maybe the communication is less than ideal. To me, that's the scariest play in baseball, when an infielder and outfielder start coming together.
Gavin Stedman at the plate. Right fielder for Team Gray right now, Christopher Sosa. The second baseman going out on that ball, Grayson Zach. Conversation with an outfielder in pro ball a long time ago about balls just like that. And they will get used to the voices of the infielders coming out. That's what he shared with me. And there's a called strike 3 to Stedman. And minor league ballpark or a big league ballpark, sometimes difficult to hear, but they're also sort of, what he told me was, they're sometimes listening for the voice and really the sense of urgency as to whether or not they need to pursue further, which I found interesting. Hitter now, Dean Moss, is third at bat. And Moss looking for his first base hit. Good pitch there. Both these teams will have one more game on Friday to wrap up the Sophomore National Showcase. Ball pulled on the ground. Second base, and Moss retired. As Grayson Zach took care of it, and Berryman is done for his first inning on the mound.
Berryman got in a nice rhythm there with the big curveball. Throws a little bit cross body out front, and you can see him really working to his arm side consistently. But once he got that feel for that curveball and got confidence in it, had some big shape to it at times and threw it for strikes.
As we go to the bottom of the 7th inning, we have seen Richardson, Baird, and Lewis. And Lewis scheduled to go 2 more innings for Team Black on the pitcher's mound, and then Carter Cutts scheduled to go for the final inning. Team Gray coming to the plate. And Caleb Doty is scheduled to be the first batter. And Doty, I believe, to be followed by Aiden Forrest and Christopher Sosa. And then back to the top for Everett Johnson. Lewis to work. And misses off the outside corner. Doty's strikeout in his first at bat. One ball, one strike count. Well, Dave, sounds like they're playing a competitive baseball game and score important on a field away from field number 1 here.
Actually, I think, let's see, today is the 16th. I'd have to look at the schedule. There's always something going on all the fields. We had a uncommitted showcase for 2023s. I think that finished yesterday, though, and I think this is another tournament start up. I know I'm here in the PG offices, and that ball's grounded to third base. And when I got here at 7:30 this morning to set up for the broadcast, it was a hive of activity here with people getting boxes of baseballs out to cars and equipment all over the place. So, it's the summer at East Cobb. There are going to be baseball games on all 8 fields here at the complex.
Aiden Forrest from IMG Academy. And from Florida. Young man still uncommitted. 6'2", 185. Uncommitted at this point in time. 15 for a couple of more months. See anything different from Hines here in his second inning compared to his first?
Lewis? Not really.
Yes.
In fact, one of the things that stands out about him is he is smooth and fluid. Despite the 6'4", 175-pound build, there isn't any of that, awkward gawkiness to him. It's pretty advanced athleticism at a young age and ability to repeat his mechanics.
On the ground to shortstop. Throw across the diamond. And that is out number 2 as Forrest is retired.
Who do we have at shortstop, Steve?
Gabe Boyd.
Okay. I like
the second inning at short.
I like the way Boyd reached back and fired that. No letting up, through a nice line across the diamond, showed his arm strength, but sometimes that's the best throw to make is really let it air out a bit. As long as your feet are balanced beneath you and you're under control, don't let up on your throws. It was a fairly routine ground ball. You don't have to be Sean Dunston. Yeah, you don't have to be Sean Dunston every throw, but and here I am again calling up a player from the long past, and the teenagers listening to this game are going, Sean Dunston, who do you play for?
Number 1 pick of the Chicago Cubs organization out of Brooklyn, New York, I believe.
Very much a city player.
Go right ahead and get Sean Dunston from shortstop. And the rifle arm that he had.
2 best infield arms I think I've ever seen are Sean Dunston and Ken Caminetti.
Yes. Strike 3 called. Nice job by Lewis here in the 7th inning.
If there was something Lewis did that inning, I think he did weigh a little more heavy on his breaking ball usage and dropped them in. It's kind of between a curveball and a slider right now, something we call a slurve. But did a good job of landing it for strikes and had a nice, easy 1-2-3 inning of work. There's the breaking ball for strike 3. Those are just real smooth, easy, low-effort mechanics. There's so much projection there.
And we are scheduled to see Hiram Lewis for 1 more inning.
Do you have any more arms on your pantheon of best infield arms that you've seen and experienced?
Well, I'm trying to remember, was Grace Dunston's first baseman?
Mark Grace? Very well could be, yeah.
Because I remember one of the first basemen for the Cubs when Dunston began his big league career in the 80s in Chicago. And anything that was chopped to the left side, they'd brace themselves, because if Dunston was deep in the hole or charging a ball and fielding it on the infield grass, it was coming across the diamond at the same speed. And, of course, if he was on the infield grass, a lot closer to the first baseman. You mentioned Ken Caminetti, and I believe there's a new book out on Ken Caminetti that I'll put on my list.
Yeah, he's behind the pillar for me, too, on Caminetti.
But the throws he could make across the diamond from third.
I would definitely buy that book.
No, look.
Trying to think of some other arms.
Well, I'm going to throw one out there. Carlos Correa. Because Correa for some time held the perfect game infield velocity throw. I think at 97 miles an hour when he was still 16. He achieved that at the World Showcase during his senior year. But the thing about Correa is that he threw from game actions. It wasn't a throwing 97, rear and back and throwing. It was game actions, and it was so fluid. And it was the reason really why I thought he would stay at shortstop as he has, even with his bigger than average shortstop body and probably less, below average pure running speed.
Porter Berryman on for his second inning. And facing Jacob Kendall, who is 1 for 2 with a base hit. Kendall has a single. Pulls this one on the ground towards first base. Berryman does a nice job getting to the bag to take the throw from Luke Papano, who we saw on the pitcher's mound for the first 3 innings. Ray Ordonez comes to mind.
Ah, Ray Ordonez. Good name.
That's him behind, the orange thing right here.
Ethan Holliday steps in for his third at bat. Scored a run earlier, reaching on an error.
But he's gone now.
Ordonez
he moved over
played against the Cardinals. Runner at first, ball down the left field line. He was on the outfield grass down the left field line behind the third base bag and made a throw once from his knees to the plate as he threw it over the base runner. And Ordonez was known for that sort of feet-first slide and the pop-up to throw across the diamond. And his arm was strong and accurate from the shortstop position.
Well, he won Gold Gloves 3 of his first 4 years in the big leagues before the bat finally took him out of the lineup. But hard to win a Gold Glove in your second year as a big leaguer without a loud tool and people really taking notice.
I believe he defected with the Cuban national team and from Cuba when he was playing in upstate New York. May have been in Buffalo. I worked 2 years in the New York Penn League out of college in Batavia, New York, between Buffalo and Rochester. And in one of our storage rooms was, I don't even know what you would call it. It was sort of enclosed, not in glass, but in plastic. Ground ball towards shortstop. And the toss over to first base to retire Holiday. As we see Papano take the throw across the diamond from Connor Lytell. But it was a big board, and they were playing an amateur event in Western New York, and Ordonez had actually signed it, along with all the other participating players. And it probably went a good 6 feet in length and was a placard. And the story was that Ordonez signed it the night before he defected.
Wow.
Luke Beeler, 0 for 2 in a run scored. But you're right, the defensive prowess of Ordonez, that bat, always thought of himself, in reading reports and hearing stories about him, always thought of himself of more of a hitter and wanted to be a power guy. And a nice job by Berryman as he picks the strikeout up against Luke Beeler.
Yeah, Berryman didn't have the big velocity of some of the right-handers in this game, but he had touch and feel, moved the ball around side to side, had that big breaking ball that he just landed consistently, and he's gone through 2 very quiet innings, strikeouts, weak ground balls. If you're a manager, just what you want to see in your left-hander on the mound. Well, we're fixating on Ordonez now, but the fact is that he played 973 big league games and had 12 home runs. So if he fancied himself as a power hitter, I'm sorry, Ray.
Well, he came up with that group of shortstops. Jeter, Garcia Parra, and I know I'm going to miss somebody. As Hiram Lewis will take the mound for the 8th inning, his 3rd and final inning of work.
Alan Trammell?
No, that group with Jeter, Garcia Parra, there was one more in there. The young shortstops that had come up. Alex Rodriguez.
That would be one, yes.
That's the name that I kept out of there. Remember, there was a Sports Illustrated cover where they were all on the cover together and all shirtless. And Ordonez in that group, and like you said, not that many home runs at the big league level, and didn't hit for a high average when average was highly thought of at that point in time.
246 career.
Okay.
A nice even 600 OPS.
Hiram Lewis so far on the pitcher's mound, 2 innings, 1 run. A hit, 3 strikeouts. 36 total pitches, 55% for strikes. Top fastball velocity at 85. He's worked 79 to 85, 68 to 73 with the breaking pitch.
And 2 observations here I want to make. First of all, Hiram Lewis listed at 6'4", and I just saw him standing next to 6'1" Hunter Richardson, and that height might be not up to date on Hiram Lewis.
May have deflected that one on the ground to second base, hustling down the line. Everett Johnson, and he's aboard.
No, Everett Johnson, he's only a 6'7" runner, but the way he gets out of the box and his first step and his pure hustle, that's his second infield hit of the game and probably the 200th of his career with the way he runs and his profile.
Shortstop, Roper, play to first base. Retiring Sean Aschenfelder on the slowly hit ground ball. Johnson moves to second.
The other observation I wanted to make, aside from Lewis's height, is something that's really impressing me about the pitchers in this game, and that they all seem to be so calm. Low heartbeat, very composed, and this is a big event for them. This is a national showcase. It features some of the very top 2025s in the country, and you really haven't seen any pitcher get out of his rhythm for more than a couple pitches. You've seen a great percentage of strikes with both fastballs and breaking balls. There's no max effort pitcher out here who's just trying to show velocity and bring it. And that's wonderful to see, because that's not always the case, whether it's at a national level showcase or a smaller regional showcase. A lot of times you have pitchers out there getting out of their envelopes in a showcase situation. It's one of the general criticisms of a showcase environment is pitchers are just trying to throw hard. But all these pitchers, even 14-year-old Will Hines, out there with composure on the mound, low heartbeats, and really doing a good job because of that of throwing strikes and getting outs.
Grayson Zach at the plate, hitless in 2 at-bats with a strikeout. Chases a pitch up in the zone. Last pitch at 81 from Hiram Lewis. Trying to look into the glove there to see the grip. That one gets away from the catcher. And Everett Johnson will come down the line and score from third base.
I will give Everett Johnson the Flow of the Game award for that hair.
Full count on Grayson Zach, and we'll have a ghost runner. Maybe not. Zach stays alive at the plate. May have gotten that one off his foot. Hiram Lewis in his third inning, and what we anticipate being his final inning on the mound.
And you can see a little bit of fatigue setting in now.
This one pulled on the ground towards deep third. Behind the bag, throw over. And safe at first is Grayson Zach. Hudson Chance at third base for Team Black.
One of Zach's primary tools is his speed. 6.92 in the 60. And that's just a long throw for a 15-year-old to make from deep behind third base.
Joseph Chiarodo stands in for an at-bat here in the 8th inning. And he's plunked by the pitch. And we will have a base runner, putting runners at first and second with one down. Gianfrodo, first team all area in golf.
In golf, okay.
Favorite team, the Atlanta Braves. Favorite player, Ronald Acuna Jr. And the runners will move up here against Lewis. And Dave, I think you hit the nail right on the top of the head. Lewis might be running out of steam here. Gianfrodo hit by a pitch earlier in this at bat. This one goes to the backstop. And the runner from third will score ahead of the tag. Coming down the line, Grayson Zach, and he comes in to score. Breaking ball taken for a called strike three. Gianfrodo, lengthy at bat, retired on the strikeout.
Spotted that right on the outside corner.
And Luke Papano will step to the plate. Papano on the mound to start. Gave up 3 total runs, 1 earned, struck out 2. 52 total pitches. Fastball topped out at 87. He worked anywhere from 82 to 87 with the fastball.
Whoops.
That one goes to the backstop. And Everett Johnson will return to the bag at third.
I think that might have hit the batter, although I thought it was too far behind him to hit him.
And you see Gianfrodo crossing behind the pitcher's mound. He will take first base. Takes off. Here comes Johnson on the ball to the backstop. This time he will come all the way down the line and score. I don't believe we have seen a pitcher, and there is a 5-batter maximum. With Hudson Chance at the plate, a base hit, a triple earlier in this game, and a run scored. I believe this would be the 5th and final hitter for Hiram Lewis. But he's thrown a lot of pitches to the last couple of batters here. Ball trickles towards third base. And the throw on to first. And safe at first base. Gianfrodo comes down the line to score.
And they will switch it up here.
Yes. Well, Hiram Lewis, impressive. Sort of see that left hand on the shoulder, and that may have been his voice right there. I was so bad that inning, but shake it off and take those first 2 innings, and you saw him kind of flex that arm out, extend that right arm high above his head. Players off in the distance. Game 2 coming up. First pitch scheduled for about an hour from now, as we have another update from PerfectGame.tv.
We welcome you back to Perfect Game Weekly. We're presented by Rawlings, having a blast at the Junior National Showcase here at beautiful East Cobb. And a couple of gentlemen, as a matter of fact, gentlemen we've known since they were Select Festival athletes, right? Michael Molinax and right next to him, Derek Curiel. These are the top 2 position players in the class of 2024. The concept of a showcase, right? I've talked to major league players that have gone through these showcases, guys, and they make it clear. When you take batting practice with no turtle over your head, when everybody's watching you, it's almost like having a major league at bat. How have you taken this in, and how exciting is it to be here?
It's really exciting to be here. Obviously, there's a lot of top 2024s here, and it's just cool to be able to talk to the guys that are from, 1,000 miles away from you, and just seeing the talent that everyone has, just to keep pushing you to work harder. I think it's pretty cool.
And Derek Curiel, such a fun player to watch play. #1 player in the 2024 class. Plays at Orange Lutheran out in California, one of the top high school programs in the country. But a center fielder with all the tools. Run, hit, throw. And a real chance moving forward to be a potential first-round pick in the 2024 draft.
Gabe Boyd here in the 9th inning, facing Porter Berryman in his 3rd and final inning on the mound. Again, we remind you, after the completion of our 3rd game later this afternoon, Darren Sutton explores and recaps the 2022 Junior National Showcase. All the happenings from here at East Cobb over the past week. Brand new episode of Perfect Game Weekly, airing again after the completion of our 3rd game on day number 1 of games here at the Sophomore National Showcase. Gabe Boyd, leadoff hitter here in the 9th inning for Team Black.
Porter Berryman's used a pretty simple formula to have 2 very successful innings thus far. Get ahead with the fastball in the outside corner to the right-handed hitters, then drop in the big curveball. And sort of reverse the approach to left-handed hitters. Get ahead with the big curveball and then spot up the fastball.
It's topped out at 83 miles an hour with that fastball. Boyd retired on the pop-up to the first baseman, Luke Papano. Papano again, the starter for Team Gray. Gave you his numbers. Fastball at 87. Worked 82, 87 with that fastball. Carter Cutts, who we expect to see on the mound in the bottom of the 9th inning, getting it at bat here. Dave, you touched on it, but the pitchers in this game on both sides, poise and fluid with their deliveries. Off the end of the bat, foul.
And I sincerely hope that that's a theme throughout the rest of the day and indeed the rest of the 2 days, because when you have pitchers, regardless of age, who are working the strike zone multiple pitches, it really makes the games flow well.
This one going for extra bases. And Cutts will stop at second base. And I believe Cutts is going to come off as he went out and attacked that pitch up in the zone.
Basically one of the few breaking balls that Berryman has thrown that didn't get down in the zone. Ground rule double. They're about 350 feet from home plate, but Yeah, you leave that breaking ball up, and Cut's a big, strong 6'2", 185 right-handed hitter. Goes and attacks it, and I think the reason he came out right away for the pinch runner, which I believe is Griffin Ennis, is it? Didn't you mention Cutts is pitching the bottom of the ninth inning?
Yes. Yep. Jack Pellet skies one in the air out of play.
So he's undoubtedly going down the bullpen to get, even though he's been playing so far, as a catcher, third baseman, going down to get his arm properly loose before he takes the mound.
Will not take long to get ready. He's been on the field for 8+ innings. Also temperature in the 90s. Mid-morning in Marietta, Georgia.
Trying to pick up a check swing third strike there on the curveball in the dirt, but unsuccessfully. There's strike three.
Pellet back to the first base dugout.
Again, the same thing, keeping that fastball away from right-handed hitters. And Berryman's created that swing, that reaching, I hope I get the barrel on it and spoil it swing from right-handed pitchers, continuously through his outing.
So how does Berryman develop in the future in order to really work the right-handed batter inside to keep them from reaching out over the plate?
Well, staying away from the middle of the plate is the first challenge, and you are very correct about being able to work both sides of the plate, and I'm sure that's in the scouting notes already for the Perfect Game staff. And that's something you develop with time, because pitchers generally at this age are not comfortable intentionally throwing inside, whether it's especially the same side hitters, but even to opposite side hitters like Berryman to a right-handed hitter. That's almost a skill that you develop, and it's half mental, half physical. If you notice, Berryman lands closed out front, so it's just naturally harder for him to come across his body and get the ball to his glove side, i.e. inside to right-handed hitter. So that's going to be something for Berryman that is a next step skill as he moves on to the college level, or through his high school career and then hopefully onto the college level.
Walter Urban with an at-bat here in the ninth inning. Hits with 2 down.
Urban had nice batting practice yesterday and has taken some nice aggressive cuts with bat speed here in his first game.
Urban shares he feels he's got an advanced approach at the plate. Good feel for the strike zone. Often makes hard contact with pitches in the zone. Young man who lives in Manhattan Beach, California, but shares he was born in New York City.
And that will do it for the top of the ninth inning. A nice 3-inning outing for Porter Berryman. His strengths are his strengths now. We talked about 1 or 2 things he can keep working on in the future, but there's a lot of future ahead of him as a rising sophomore. He's got 2 good pitches in that glove side, or that arm side fastball, and the big breaking curveball that can get both left and right-handed hitters out.
Our second of 3 games from the 2022 Sophomore National Showcase here in Marietta, Georgia, scheduled to get underway. First pitch in about 50 minutes or so. Trying to find out if our start time would be moved up. We've been pushed back 5, 10, 15 minutes previous couple of days, but nothing too drastic.
I can tell you if it wasn't televised, we'd be starting 20 minutes from the last pitch of this game. But the fact it is a national level showcase, you might want to give the pitchers a little more time, and the considerations of television all come into play.
And Carter Kutz, who we saw at the plate in the top of the inning, left for a pinch runner to get ready. Now he's readying himself on the pitcher's mound. Kutz now with an opportunity to show his talents on the mound. And I believe Hudson Chance, the first batter to face him. Chance, a base hit. And a run scored. A triple earlier. Good breaking ball in for a called strike.
Chance probably has the swing of the game. In first inning, facing Luke Papano, looked at 2 breaking balls, took both, 1-1 count, and laced an 86-mile-an-hour fastball hard up the right center field alley, and showed his nice speed for a 6'3", 220-pound athlete, legging out the triple.
Ground ball foul off the bat of Hudson Chance.
Kutz working 83 to 85 with his fastball, 72-mile-an-hour curveball.
Chance takes up and away. Little reset there by Carter Kutz, going to the back of the mound, and now Chance steps out for a moment. Two-shot foul behind the plate. And a called strike 3. Hudson Chance out on strikes, 1 down here in the 9th inning. Connor Lytell will get an at bat here in the 9th inning with the bases empty.
Oops.
To the tee on perfectgame.tv behind home plate.
Not sure whether he was trying to throw a changeup there or curveball got away or.
Let's see if he regroups here just a bit.
Well, it is a set of mechanics it's very hard to repeat. And not you throw three pitches way off the strike zone and one right down the middle. But those are strongly non-primary pitcher mechanics. It clipped Kyler Peterson's camera, young PG scout, our video expert behind the plate, and we saw the tripod tumble there.
Itella base hit and a run scored. Goes the opposite way down the right field line. And that's a fair ball. Vitale is going to go for 3 as that one ends up down in the corner. And Lytell will stop as he makes the turn around third and will hold up there.
Oh, he was getting encouragement to go for the inside the park home run. Last inning of a showcase game, go for it. But that's the second ball he's shot into the right field corner so far, and his second triple of the game, and I believe his other at bat, he also hit it to the right side. So a very opposite field focus here, but just not soft contact to the opposite field. He's driving the ball out there.
Griffin Ennis, the right fielder, had to give chase. Ben Peterson now stands in, looking for a base hit. 0 for 2 so far. That one to the backstop. And Lytell will stay at third base. Talk about inconsistent in terms of repeating the windup here and his delivery. What goes into that?
There are just so many things going on right now. There's the big side step. There's the big leg raise. There's the fast pace.
This one hit hard and a base hit through the left side. Lytell will score. And a base hit for Ben Peterson here in the 9th inning.
And looking at cuts, he has the arm strength. He's been up to 86 in the past. Was 79 behind the plate catching in drills yesterday. But I also note he only threw 3 innings in PG games last year in tournaments, although he had a ton of at-bats. So not a primary pitcher or someone who's a two-way player, but just a young man with a strong arm, and he's going to be a lot better off throwing from the stretch rather than the windup. The windup was really hurting him there, just way too complicated with too many different directions and energy going on.
Hitter now Dominic Stevenson. He is 0 for 2 with a strikeout. Opposite way to right field. Ennis has a beat on it and takes care of it. So 2 down the inning for Carter Cutts. And Caleb Doty 0 for 2 stands in. Runner goes from first base. And in there safely at second base is Ben Peterson. High leg kick, even with the runner on base. You hit on it earlier. We've seen him throw a couple of the backstop and a good pitch right there and a swing and a miss from Doty.
I think that all 3 of those pitches, they've hit in the same spot on the backstop. All efforts by Cutts to throw a curveball. I recommend he doesn't try anymore. That's a project for another day.
Deep third base. And the throw across the diamond from Holiday. And that will wrap up, I believe, our first game between Team Gray and Team Black here at the National Showcase for the rising sophomores. Coming up next, Navy and Red. Scheduled first pitch in about 40 minutes. Dave, your summary on game number 1.
Well, that's one of the more easy summaries I've been called upon to give. We touched on it often, and just really the maturity of the pitchers today with their ability to throw strikes. I was kind of thinking to myself on that last the last steal, we've hardly seen any stolen bases this game because there really haven't been too many ghost runners, too many runners at all, because the pitchers have thrown strikes. The hitters have been aggressive and attacking them, but not a lot of hard contact. But really, the pitchers, the story of this game.
So we are going to get underway a little bit earlier than our original 11 o'clock start time. We'll be back here in about 30 minutes. First pitch set for 10:50 a.m. Eastern. Game number 2 on day 1 of games for the 2022 Sophomore National Showcase. Dave and I will be back with you again in about 30 minutes with the first pitch. Yes. No. Okay. Yeah, we could hear ourselves. I could hear myself. I could hear Dave sort of, in that going back and forth. I've heard it before. Yeah, we took care of it. For some reason, my text messages weren't working either, so it was a little hairy there in the beginning. But like my texts were going through to you, but I was not receiving that text chain with the hitters and identifying pitches and stuff. Yeah, for some reason it was they were all circling like they weren't coming through, so I turned on my phone a couple of times and finally got it going. It's Team Red, and who's our other team? Okay, thank you. I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
All right, fellas, we got a 10:50 start time, so about 25 more minutes. Where's Mark at? Mark Christie. All right, Mark, you're going to be starting here. You're throwing the first two, and you guys will be home, okay? You guys will be home. Mark Christie, you're going to be throwing the next
What's up, man? This is a little different. Positions and everything's already laid out.
Stop. Hey, we only got like 20 minutes, though.
And we welcome you back to the 2022 Sophomore National Showcase on PerfectGame.tv. Steve Lennox, Dave Ronsley along with you as we get you set for game number 2, Team Red versus Team Navy. And in this game, Dave, we'll start off with Navy starting pitcher Samuel Cozart. He's going to go 1 inning. That's at least what we anticipate with Cozart, and he is touted as the #1 prospect for his draft class by Perfect Game.
And Samuel Cozart's sort of been the face of this class for a number of years. Pitched in the 13U Select Festival in 2019 as a 12-year-old. Is so advanced, not only physically but as a pitcher. He is the son of Craig Cozart, a Perfect Game employee, but also the longtime head coach at High Point University, and before that the pitching coach at Central Florida. So he's had an outstanding baseball background as far as his development, and just a unique pitcher at this age, 6'7", 240. So, yes, we'll get to see Cozart, but first we're going to get to see Mark Brissy for the Red
We saw a lot
team.
of him yesterday.
Oh, we saw a lot of him yesterday as he worked out at outfield, infield, first base, took batting practice. We saw his 92-mile-an-hour arm from the outfield. So we've got an exciting matchup to start this game on the mound, and hopefully we'll continue from there out through our, are we scheduled for 9 innings this game?
I have us down for 9 full innings, yes.
9 full innings. So hopefully, just like the first game, we'll see 9 full innings of inspired pitching and some inspired hitting and defense as well.
Brissy taking his warm-up pitches here. And he will start for Team Red. And Brissy is expected to go the first 2 innings.
As I mentioned, Brissy threw 92 from the mound, 6'2", from the outfield, 6'2", 210 pounds, but he's also been up to 92 from the mound. The last time we saw him was at the PG East Martin Luther King Championships back in January. And he was 87-90 with a 74 curveball. But judging from yesterday, also very much intends to be a two-way prospect, two-way player through at least his high school career.
He is an Arkansas commit. Eli Pitts, first batter from the state of Georgia. And a good fastball there taken for strike 1, and we are now underway. Our second game of 3 on the schedule. We saw Team Black and Team Gray earlier. Brissy jumps in front, no balls and 2 strikes.
Pitts turned in the fastest time in the 60 yesterday at 6.48. Truly elite speed for this age group.
Mark Brissy, touted as the #1 right-handed pitching prospect in the state of Arkansas by Perfect Game, and as the #2 ranking overall in the state. Pitts on the ground to second base. Christian Clark tosses over to first. Clark starting at second base. So here Barjam up the middle at shortstop. Mason Shermer is at first base for Team Red. And Christian De Los Santos at the hot corner starting at third.
And you can already see there Pitts with his quickness getting down the line. If that had been a couple steps to the left or right, we would have had a real bang play at first. But right at Clark at second.
Hitter now for Team Navy, Noah Franco. You see his national ranking from Perfect Game. #8 and a Mississippi State commit. A ball and a strike now on Noah Franco.
In that #8 ranking, Steve, is much a reflection on athletic ability rather than on a position. Listed as a primary outfielder, but much like Luke Papano in the first game, really a 50-50 guy now, and that over the next 3 or 4 years could develop as an outfielder and a hitter or as a left-handed pitcher. It could go either way, but definitely a very high-level athlete.
Brissy misses away. Fastball 88-90 over the last couple of pitches. That off-speed pitch at 81. And misses up and away to Noah Franco. Pulls this one sharply on the ground and past the diving second baseman, Christian Clark, and Franco aboard with a hit.
Franco showing his bat speed there, turning on an 88-mile-an-hour fastball over the middle of the plate. Hard pull contact. Good effort by Clark at second, but unable to come up with it.
Cannon Golden, left-handed batter against Brissy, and he takes ball 1. Golden from Buford, Georgia. High ranking of #31 nationally by Perfect Game. And a South Carolina commit.
Golden another plus runner just like Pitts, our leadoff hitter. Golden a easy plus runner, 6.66 in the 60, and watch his swing, watch his athleticism, just very much a quick twitch athlete.
Breaking ball in there for a called strike 3. And Golden out on strikes. That will bring Coy James to the plate. Franco a single with one down, now at first with two away. Coy James from the state of North Carolina, middle infielder at shortstop. Number 32 national ranking from Perfect Game.
Very high-level performer with the bat, a career 400 hitter in 96 Perfect Game appearances, or games, I should say. 8 homers, but also 50 stolen bases in that time. Played in the 14U Select Festival last year and also the 2020 13U Select Festival. One of many, many players who played in both those premier events. As these kids have really gotten to know each other over the past few years.
Dave, when you've given that stolen base total, that number impressive, what leads to the high totals in previous years?
I think what leads, first of all, is just a simple talent here, and Coy James way ahead physically than a lot of his peers, and able to perform. It's also playing in a lot of events, and James plays for the Canes National 15U team, and Canes are one of the top travel organizations in baseball across the age groups, and play in a ton of Perfect Game tournaments, including all the elite level national championships and World Series events at each level. So combination of his physical skills and just simply how much he plays, and then the quality travel organization he plays for.
Rissy for Team Red, giving up a hit, nothing else in the first inning, striking out 2. 20 total pitches. Topped out at 90, was 85-90 with his fastball. 68-70 with his curveball. Mixed in, I think, one or two sliders in his stint. And here is Samuel Cozart, who we've touched on already.
Yeah, big Samuel Cozart. That height and weight, 6'7", 240. Very legitimate sizes. And it's just a pure baseball background, with apologies to his mom, Michelle, who was a very high-level college volleyball player at Central Florida. But one brother who pitches at North Carolina, another brother who catches at North Carolina State. And I mentioned Father Craig, works for Perfect Game now, a longtime college coach who's come over to the Perfect Game side of things, in part so he could watch his sons play baseball more.
Dave, earlier in the week, I reached out to his head coach, Mo Blakeney, at Wesleyan Christian Academy in High Point, North Carolina. And Mo was nice enough to give me a couple of minutes on the phone to talk about Cozart, the youngest of the three. And interesting conversation. He believed in the Johnny Holstaff way of going about pitching at the varsity level. And Samuel Cozart, 9th grader, 60 pitches for an outing to protect him and to get him ready for the summer months. Understood that the summer season is strenuous.
And it's very much a planned approach for the Cozart family and Mo Blakeney. And it is kind of ironic when you remarked Coach Blakeney was kind enough to talk to you for a few minutes. Mo Blakeney, I've known for a number of years, and he's one of the nicest people you will ever meet. Also one of the most enthusiastic about the sport of baseball. So Samuel Cozart doesn't only have the support from his family, he has it from his high school coach as well.
Talked about how he has the utmost trust in Samuel Cozart. Great teammate, terrific kid. Sean Gamble to right field.
Sean Gamble, a pretty darn good player on his own, 10th ranked player in the 25 class, and somebody who has also been at the festivals the last few years, and is undoubtedly he and Cozart are good friends. They'll be talking about that on the social media that this group has all together.
This one to the right side, knocked down, but no play. And now 2 runners on. Runner takes off for third, and Gamble taking the gamble and crossing over. As he saw the ball, was not fielded cleanly by Will McKenzie.
Cozart 87-89 with his fastball thus far. Also mixed in a changeup and a curveball.
Being told by our director, Steve Banta, 25 pitch maximum for Samuel Cozart, scheduled to go 1 inning. Tyler Finkbeiner behind him, then Kobe Seelig scheduled to go innings 5, 6, and 7. And then Avery Shiflett scheduled to go the final 2 for Team Navy.
And I would be very surprised if Cozart got up to that 25 pitch limit or even close to it. We saw in the big leagues last night, Steve, 2 immaculate innings for the Houston Astros in 1 game. Samuel Cozart, I remember watching a video of an immaculate inning he threw at the high school level this year. A real strike thrower.
Astros 2 pitchers doing that against the Texas Rangers. Luis Garcia and Phil Mayton, pardon me.
Cozart going with the heat with his 14U Festival teammate, Omar Cerna, at the plate to pick up the strikeout.
So 1 out in the inning, runner takes off for second, and breaking for the plate is Sean Gamble. And no score standing up with no throw back to home plate. Micah Matthews now in scoring position.
Close play at second base. I believe we have Mercer Hudson behind the plate catching. Please correct me if I'm mistaken.
That's what I have. You are correct, sir. Hitter now is Tyler Wood. Pop up down the first base side at a play. Cozart misses away with that pitch. A strike thrower. Cozart, according to his high school head coach, Mo Blakeney, once again the head coach, just wrapped up his 4th year. Our 4th year next year will be in 2023 at Wesleyan Christian Academy. This one popped up foul out of play. We've got the 2 runners on base against Samuel Cozart here in the home half of the 1st inning. And Wood out on strikes. May have heard in the background, last batter coming for Cozart. Again, we are anticipating seeing Tyler Finkbeiner for 3 innings behind Cozart. And our second of 3 games here on PerfectGame.tv. First day of games for the Sophomore National Showcase. Riker Benz sends this one in the air to right center field. It's taken care of. Out there by Noah Franco, and the side retired. Red a run against Samuel Cozart. We'll go to the second inning here in Marietta, Georgia. Steve Lennox and Dave Ronsley on PerfectGame.tv. Glad you're with us on this Thursday.
Cozart had his best success that inning. I think once he went aggressively that fastball, thought he was getting a little low with his front side when he was throwing the curveball and getting a little hump in it, but the arm strength is there and the command is there, and a fun player to watch play.
Again, scheduled to go the 1 inning. As he goes to the water bottle. And now our second inning for Mark Brissy. He is scheduled to go 2. Brissy, 1 inning. Did not give up a run in the first. Allowed 1 hit. Struck out 2 again. Topped out at 90 miles an hour with the fastball. See Hagen right, just to the side of the middle of your screen, number 23. Brissy ready to go to work here in the second inning. Matthew Bowden starts things off for Team Navy, down 1-0. Bowden, Texas A&M commit from Colleyville, Texas.
Showed some really nice bat speed and batting practice yesterday. Obviously has a lot of strength still to gain at 6 feet, 145 pounds, but there's some real quickness in his hands at the plate. Also a 6'9" runner in the 60. Brissy got a lot of life on that fastball. I don't know whether it was a 2-seam action. It was only 84. But got a lot of diving life in there to Brissy. That might have been a changeup to follow it up with.
Opposite way down the right field line. And this one lands fair off the bat of Matthew Bowden, and he is a base runner. Right fielder Caleb Danzian giving chase. Pardon me.
The one thing I've noted about these first 2 games, first game and a couple two innings, is a lot of very solid contact to the opposite field, especially by right-handed hitters, staying behind the ball and driving at to the opposite field, not letting up on their swings at all, really maintaining the bat speed. There's another opposite field shot.
And that one handled in left field by Tyler Wood. So quick out recorded right there. As Johnson retired. And Mercer Hudson starting the game behind the plate. Throw down to first base. Omar Cerna showing off the arm. And Shermer taking the throw from the catcher.
And Cerna certainly has the arm through 86 from behind the plate. And
Breaking
drills.
ball strike. Throw down to second base, and that one will sneak into center field. And backing up the play is Micah Matthews. Good jump there.
Got to repeat their Cerna 86 in the drills, and that's a throw velocity from behind home plate that would rank among the elite in the 2022 class. So Cerna's arm strength's already there at a very high level.
On the ground to shortstop. Bar jam tosses across. And that is now the second out of the inning as the runner Bowden moves to third base. Good read there with the ball hit in front of him on the left side. Another opportunity. Ball came onto the field there. Good job by Barjam with the concentration. And that is the third out of the inning.
Looked like a duplicate of the previous play, only with the addition of an extra ball that flew over from the from field 2 probably. Rissy with a nice clean inning there. We got early in that first inning of work was working 88 to 90, and the fastball was a little bit flat. Second inning, more 86 or so, and got a lot more running action on his fastball. Got some ground ball outs. There we got the action over on field 2. Going to look up, see if I can identify the event going on over there.
Tyler Finkbeiner scheduled to go the next 3 innings. Cozart went the first inning, gave up an unearned run, picked up a couple of strikeouts, and was going to max out at 21 pitches. Ended up throwing 21 pitches total, or 25 pitches max. And his fastball topped out at 89 miles an hour.
Over on fields 2 and 3 right now, we have the PG Summer Showdown Tournament. And down on the lower fields, the PG 11U National World Series. So a very busy day here at East Cobb and at surrounding fields in the North Atlanta area.
Team Red, a run in the first inning, and coming to the plate here in the home second. This is our second of 3 games on day 1. We'll have 3 more games to wrap up the Sophomore National Showcase on Friday. So here Barjam, active in the top of the inning at shortstop.
Tyler Finkbeiner really intrigued me yesterday during drills. 6'5", 190-pound right-hander, but very advanced physically for his size. And he just turned 15 years old last month. But when you look at his strength with that long body, when you looked at his athletic actions, really swung the bat well. Really intriguing young athlete.
Barjam stumbles out of the box, but he'll trot down to first base with a single to center field. Appears to be all right. A base runner for Team Red. And Christian Clark, his first at bat. Clark opening up the game at second base defensively. Later on, we'll see him at shortstop.
It's just
Christian Clark from Wesley Chapel, Florida. Florida State commit.
Just reading the perfect game report on Tyler Finkbeiner from the 2022 Great Lakes Indoor Showcase. That's a nice throw there. Is the runner out? No, he is not. Barjan snuck in the backside there. Another look at it.
McKenzie applying the tag.
Really got in the back. That's a brilliant slide. Shifting hands while underway. Getting the side back half of the bag.
Christian Clark thinking that was ball 4, and he had the free pass. Instead, he'll continue at the plate, and we'll get a ghost runner.
Anyway, I was reading Finkbeiner's notes. Just wanted to read from that. Primary right-handed pitcher, short step back into a high leg kick. Good balance over the rubber. Smooth and easy arm stroke and delivery. Gets over his front side well. Fastball 83-86 with excellent finish in life. High-level projection here. And I think that nailed it on the head, except for he's added a little velocity since then. His last 2 fastballs, 87-88.
Used a phrase there, it gets up on his front side. The terminology, kind of giving a definition of that.
Yeah, gets over his front side well, meaning he gets that, lets that arm extend out front. If you hit hard on your front side and you either recoil or more commonly you spin off to the first base side, it cuts your extension out front and keeps you from getting really behind the ball. But Finkbeiner is getting over that front side really well, and that just adds extension to his pitches. And that's one of the basic things that the Rapsodo and TrackMan, devices measure on a pitcher is extension. Because the more extension you get, the closer the release to the plate, the more your fastball velocity plays up to the hitter.
This one hit up in the air to deep left field. And this one will clear the wall. And a 3-run home run. A big shot to left field.
Off the bat of Christian De Los Santos. Young Dominican, 6'2", 190 pounds. And that was a blast. Got a fastball right there in his wheelhouse. I think he knew that off the barrel. Yes, he did.
Get a little flip.
And you want
Perfect job by our camera crew.
And you deserve that, Senor De Los Santos. Great swing there.
Bennett Gammon. And I might have to update that. Dan Zisa, number 15. Caleb Dan Zeeson. I've touched on him, observing yesterday. Very few players from Arizona. Certainly a hotbed for baseball. Tyler Finkbeiner, his first inning on the mound, scheduled to go 3. Breaking ball, opposite way to left. Settling under it and making the catch is Golden. Was that Franco? I had Franco in center field. The L's and the C's on our defensive chart, hard to distinguish.
Mason Shermer at the plate for the red team. Shermer, a big, strong left-handed hitter, 6'2", 210 from Festus, Missouri. Lifts that one out to the middle of the field.
And that retires the side. Christian De Los Santos with a big hit in this inning, a home run over the left field wall, extending the Red lead to 4-0.
Hey, you guys are doing a great job. Keep up the great work. You're a very, very talented group of people. Remember, stay committed to baseball, stay committed to hard work, and stay committed to your goals. And don't forget, the pain of discipline is less than the pain of regret. Purple on 3. 1, 2, 3. Purple. Here we go.
Words of wisdom. Hi there, folks. My name is Darren Sutton, and this is Perfect Game Weekly presented by Rawlings. And this is East Cobb, the great baseball complex, the great amateur baseball complex just outside of Atlanta, Georgia. And on this show, we are focusing from this complex on Perfect Games 2022 Junior National Showcase. 200 plus of the very best 2024 grads in the land. And what a celebration it is when you think of this event.
Saw there, upcoming episode, Darren Sutton with the background from this week's Junior National Showcase wrapping up, and Perfect Game Weekly, which was shot entirely on location in East Cobb this week, will premiere immediately following our third game later today here at the 2022 Sophomore National Showcase. An email from Darren earlier today, on a flight and heading out. Leadoff hitter for Navy is Drake Tucker to open up the top half of the third inning. And Austin Dean, number 28 Austin Dean, in relief of Mark Brissy, who went the first 2 innings. Brissy 2 innings, 2 hits, no runs, a pair of strikeouts. 30 total pitches.
Of course, the first thing that stands out about Austin Dean, 6'7", 200 pounds, 15 years old. Works from the stretch on the mound with that high 3/4 arm slot that's creating a lot of downhill angle on his pitches. Dean from Alexandria, Virginia, plays for the Ace Elite Travel Club.
On the ground, shortstop. Eli Pitts tosses across the diamond. And Dean makes quick work of the first batter that he faces this morning.
I like the fact that Dean is working exclusively from the stretch, even though there are no base runners on, and it's very simple. Raise your leg, turn, throw.
It's another opportunity. And Michael Vanderhayden is retired. Shermer also active at first base. Dean scheduled to go 3 innings. Will McKenzie at the plate with the bases empty.
Well, he's only thrown 6 pitches here in his first inning of work and got 2 replica 6-3 ground outs.
We've talked, Dave, about pitchers, and Dean listed at 6'7", tall pitchers and the ability to repeat the delivery. Does he give you any indication that he'll be able to do that going forward?
Oh, yes, and I think it's as I said, the fact that he's working from the stretch right away is a big bonus. And this is as simple a delivery as you can find. It's just raise the leg, get on direction, let the arm come through. There's no side-to-side direction in that delivery. It looks straight to the plate with very good direction. Nice, simple arm circle. So Dean, through his athletic instincts or through his coaches at a young age, have really put together a delivery package that enables him to be successful right away, despite his height. I'm just looking at his numbers. His numbers briefly last year: 15 innings of PG ball, 31 strikeouts. So that height gives you just such advantage. And you look at the plane of the pitches coming into McKenzie here in the 2 previous hitters. The downhill plane, the side-to-side plane into the right-handed hitter. Get a little breaking ball there, and we're going to have a nice three-batter, 3 ground. Oh, no, we will not have a 3-batter, 3 ground-out inning.
McKenzie hustling down the line. Clark, the second baseman. A little tardy on the throw to first.
We saw that yesterday with McKenzie. Just in drills in the 60, a very high-energy player.
First at bat for Avery Shiflett. Pitch from Dean misses away.
Go!
Dean, 3 ground ball outs, got 2 outs against the first 2 hitters. And now McKenzie hustling down the line, beating the throw from the second baseman to extend the inning against Dean. Runner goes. High throw. And McKenzie gets back to the bag. And he's now at second base.
I was hoping he hadn't jammed an ankle or something in there. Looks like he slid late and went in real hard. No, did go in hard, that's for sure. Doesn't win any grace points there, but stole the bag. As we continue to see this impact his speed brings to the game.
Barjam, the shortstop, in behind the runner. Shiflett to right field. And the catch is made in right field by Dan Zeeson. A 2-out base runner, nothing else against Austin Dean. As we go to the bottom half of the inning. And a 4-0 score.
Supposed to be a good opportunity to again look at Dean's mechanics and their simplicity. Pretty clean arm circle and back. It's a bit deep, but that's a delivery that he should be able to repeat continuously as he continues to grow into that body. And Dean just turned 15 years old as well, so very young. I should say 15 and a half years old, but again, young. And it's it's a exciting package for a left-handed pitcher. Looking forward to as he does get stronger, just as it is with Tyler Finkbeiner. Finkbeiner allowed the big 3-run homer, but otherwise the stuff was firm. The command was good. The previous report I read, from Brian Sikowski from the Great Lakes Indoor, spot on.
Finkbeiner back to work on the mound. A scoreless inning so far, allowing 1 hit. 18 total pitches in his first inning. Fastball topped out at 84 miles an hour. Mom, Amy Hogan. Father, Chad. Mother, Amy, played volleyball at the D2 level. Dad played football at the Division II level. Finkbeiner, all A's and member of the Honors Academy from New Baltimore, Michigan. 3 sports: football in the fall, basketball in the winter, baseball in the spring, and maybe not all year round. Offensive Player of the Year in football, JV basketball this past winter. His father, Chad, a police officer, someone that he admires and inspires him. Enjoys watching the Dodgers play. Favorite player, Jazz Chisholm.
.85-87 with the fastball here early in his second inning of work.
Evan DeMario at the plate. And I think the red dugout scolded here.
Yes.
And Dave is
clearly
chuckling.
Hear that.
We do have the ghost runner. Got to make sure you have the helmet and the pad to put on the hand.
You don't really need the pad to put on the hand, but that's just old grumpy me talking.
Well, once the first guy did it, and then the second guy did it. It's a long line since. I don't know, who can we identify, do you think, is the first to go with that oven mitt style? And I go oven mitt because it's almost, hey, you're going to wear it. We're going to call it an oven mitt.
Oh, that's what I call it, too, and I say that out of disrespect. Just think back an inning when we saw, I think it was Barjan on the steal of second, when he faded to the outside and really grabbed the base going by with his left hand. If he has a mitt on his left hand, he can't do that because he's literally using his hand to grab the bag and maintain contact going past. He can't do that. So while that may be, protecting your hand in an isolated case, it's also, maybe either developing bad habits or keeping you from making a play that you might otherwise be able to make athletically.
Do the fingers go all the way to the end? Runner breaks for third and makes it up, faked from second base. Brissy, the batter, takes a breaking ball strike. Because I would think the mitt gets there, the glove gets there, but the fingers may not actually be on the bag, but it's an extension.
That's a question to ask an umpire. But it's
Brissy
a very good question. It's a very good question, though.
I've never put one on. See the swing from the side for Brissy. This one hit hard. Nice play at third base. And that will end the inning. Will McKenzie on third.
McKenzie just keeps impressing with his athleticism. That was a nice play. We get a different angle. Great work by the cameraman. Great work by McKenzie to close out that inning.
Dinkbiner doing a nice job as we take a look at him on the pitcher's mound.
I'm going to venture, just using the example, get back to the oven mitt of a fielder. If a fielder reaches out with the glove, let's say he's on the ground and just reaches over and tags a base with the glove, with the ball in the glove is an extension of the player. And I would think the same thing would apply to a base runner, that oven mitt is an extension of the player, and it touching the base would count much in the same way a first baseman's mitt touching the bag would count as part of the player. I don't know that, most rules in baseball are based on common sense, but good question for the umpires out there.
Austin Dean gets his second inning on the mound through 18 pitches and working a scoreless frame. And relief of Brissy, the starter, who went 2 scoreless. And Brissy struck out 2 in his outing. Again for Team Red, Bennett Gammon scheduled to go 3 innings after Dean wraps up with his 3. And then Drake Tucker coming over from the Royal team. He is scheduled to go the 9th inning for Team Red. Navy has not scored over the first 3 innings. Eli Pitts 0 for 1. As we go back to the top of the lineup for Team Navy. Dean is not from the extreme side of the pitching rubber, from the first base side. You see that big shoe as where he works from the stretch. Pitts hits one foul down the right field side. Pitts committed to South Carolina. Number 1 shortstop ranking by perfect game in the state of Georgia, 6 foot 180. And he goes back to the third base dugout as Dean picks up a strikeout. Noah Franco will stand in for his second at bat. Franco a single back in the first inning against Samuel Cozart.
Well, the advantages of height and angle are easy to see here. Dean, 80 to 82 this inning, dropped off a few miles an hour from his work in the first, but it looks like that fastball is still getting on hitters quickly. Created a few weak swings against Pitts, and Franco taking a 81-mile fastball right down the middle that he might jump on against another pitcher.
Franco, Mississippi State commit. .82, 60-yard dash. Is that the updated number?
That is the updated number, yes.
Okay. So you touched on when we had the instruction with the skills yesterday, the 10-yard split, 1.60. Franco's out on strikes.
1.60.
What does that tell you?
1.60 would be for a 15-year-old who's already 6'3", 185 pounds. You know, that would be a pretty impressive time. Shows the power in his lower half and the twitchiness.
Second at bat for Cannon Golden.
You've got me. So I'm going to go look and see what the top 10 is here between
third
innings.
Base. And that one taken care of by Riker Benz. And Dean, again, impressive as he makes quick work of the top 3 hitters in the Navy lineup. Dean against the 2 left-handed batters and Franco and Golden. Another warm, late morning in Marietta, Georgia. Our second game, third game to follow. Scheduled first pitch at 2 p.m. Eastern for Royal and White. And Finkbeiner back on the mound.
The top 10. Excuse me,
this
the
will
top
be his
10.
final inning.
The top 10 split, 10-yard split from the Sophomore National Showcase. 1.54 by the highly, highly athletic Sean Gamble. Followed up by Josh Campbell, Caleb Ricks, Cannon Golden, also runners who ran in the 6'6", 6'7" range in their 60s.
And here is Gamble with the pop-up. He is retired for the first out. Gamble didn't give us a lot of time, Dave, but touch on him if you would.
Just a very high-level athlete. We were talking before about Iowa players and Sean Gamble from Iowa, and something that's always going to resonate with Perfect Game staff. But he has a chance to really be one of the best players from the state of Iowa in the last decade, maybe since A.J. Puck, because it's such an athletic set of tools, and it could be a center field package in the future. It could be a shortstop package in the future, but pretty much a sure thing to stay in the middle of the infield or the middle of the field with that athleticism. And, of course, it is interesting that he is going to IMG now. He's not going to school in Iowa. Iowa has that different setup where they play baseball during the summer, their high school baseball.
He's safe.
Third base, McKenzie across the diamond. And Matthews is a base runner with 1 down in the inning. We touched yesterday, Dave, on the draft and follows. Take a look here. McKenzie at third base. Nice job getting down the line by Matthews. The draft and follow, and I remember that there was a community college in Iowa that was 90s and into the 2000s that was big, where players would go and play that 1 year and perhaps sign the following June. Can't remember the name of it right now. This one's skied in the air and taken care of. And the throw comes in behind the runner, Matthews, as Cerna is retired.
Well, the top junior college program in Iowa, really for the last couple decades, has been Iowa Western, located in Council Bluffs. And it's interesting you note that because their long-term head coach, Mark Reardon, just got the job at Western Kentucky. And it's always great to see junior college coaches move up to the D1 level. And Reardon has been toiling away at the junior college level, as I said, for decades and running one of the most successful programs in the country, because it's very rare for D1 schools to reach into the junior college ranks for the coaches. And it's always mystified me back in the 1990s when Wayne Graham, who just led San Jacinto to 6 national championships in 7 years, couldn't get a D1 job and finally was hired by a beleaguered low-level Rice program and then proceeded to lead them to the College World Series for years.
Matthews in there safely out of the tag.
So I just want a tip of the cap to Coach Reardon from formerly Iowa Western, now of Western Kentucky. Wish him success there.
Finkbeiner picks up the strikeout. Had an opportunity during COVID. I was doing research on a book project that has since sort of gone away. We can touch on that as we take a look at Finkbeiner. Then we'll run our promo here. Dave, you can wrap up Finkbeiner for us.
Yeah, just all very impressed by the athleticism. You mentioned his multiple sport background. That sounds like it's going to continue, and that's just going to help him on the hill. And he's got all the tools: fastball, breaking ball, athleticism.
Learn, because when we talk with a great rider and scout like Jeremy Brown, we understand the impact of this junior national showcase. So I'm going to put you right to work if you don't mind. And let's start with a couple of gifted left-handed pitchers. Drew Graham from Ohio, he's uncommitted, which is interesting, and Coleman Mayfield, Oklahoma State commit. Let's talk about those two.
So these are two lefties we've seen since 14U. I mean, Coleman Mayfield was dominant at the 14U WWBA a couple years back, ultimately earned a selection to the Select Festival. Up to 90, lefty, loose, long, everything you want. He just check, all the adjectives. Breaking ball, changeup, strikes, it just goes on. Then Drew Graham, we didn't see him until after the Select Festival. The freshman WWBA down in Florida, he comes out, he continues to make that jump. He was up to 90. We only got to see him for an inning. He got an extra batter to make sure we could fully evaluate him. And changeup, fastball, breaking ball, we saw his glove. His glove says 95 or die now. He says he used to have one that said 90 or die. He hit that 90. Now he's going for that 95, and I think that's coming in the next year or two.
It's always a pleasure to hear my colleague Jeremy Brown talking about players that he's seen as the director of our 13 and 14U development, talking about players that he's seen for years, and you will get to hear him talk about players more. You check in after these games today for PG Weekly, hosted by Darren Sutton.
Austin Dean pitching here in the top of the fifth inning. And this is expected to be Dean's final inning on the mound. Coy James 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Darren will explore and recap the 2022 Junior National Showcase and everything happening over the past week at the East Cobb Complex. And as Dave mentioned, the latest edition of Perfect Game Weekly following our third broadcast later today. We anticipate seeing Gammon backing up Dean. Good pitch there. And James swings right through it. He's down on strikes.
Dean very effective out of the strike zone on that with just his fastball, and it's down to 80, 82 now, as I mentioned, but worked low, got swings, worked high, got swings. Hitters just don't see the ball when it's coming from that angle very well, and I think the velocity plays up because of the extension out front. You know, the same thing we said about Finkbeiner getting out over his front side. I think Dean also is doing an outstanding job getting out over his front side before his release.
Have you liked the trajectory of his velocity on the uptick and seen him from the past to today?
I haven't seen Dean in the past.
Okay.
He hasn't been part of the festival group. It's easy enough for me to look up what his progression has been. Although this is only his fifth perfect game event, so he doesn't have a lot of track record. But that's something that I think the pro teams are starting to, clue in on a little more, watching the progression of these pitchers, since they're always big on the analytics. And if you analyze these pitchers and you go back to when they were 14, 15, 16, going into their draft year at 17 or 18, and see the progression, that's what you want to see. You don't want to see a guy who was 88, 90 when he was 15 years old and now he's 90, 92 as an 18-year-old. He's not really improving, and that's part of the projection.
Cal Johnson to third base. And a nice play at third by Riker Benz. But Johnson is a base runner. Benz this time going to his left. Extending out.
And that's a nice play.
Yes.
Nice play by Benz, because you look at the replay, he got 2 or 3 steps moving to his left, moving vertically, not vertically, laterally. And that's good range, because that was a hard hit ball off Cal Johnson's bat. So getting 2 to 3 steps there in a dive, couldn't come up with it cleanly, but good athleticism there from Benz.
And I like that he put it in his back pocket, did not force a throw, understood the situation. And Johnson getting down the line was going to be safe, so no sense of throwing it away and allowing Johnson to move up to second base and get into scoring position. Mercer Hudson, catcher, at the start of this game. Benz another opportunity. Tosses on to first base, and Hudson retired, and a runner left stranded here in the top of the 5th inning for Team Navy.
Ben's got another chance there to show his skills. But that inning was, again, about big Austin Dean working downhill, throwing strikes. And, that's a quick 3 innings of work. And hitters just never seem comfortable in there, just pounding the ball on the ground. That's such a hard pitch to lift when it's coming down at that angle. To lift it, you've got to match the plane of that, and that's hard to do for hitters at any level.
Dean, 3 innings, 1 hit. No runs, 3 strikeouts. And Kobe Seelig on here for the bottom of the 5th inning. Seelig, we anticipate seeing him for 3 innings on the mound.
Seelig, 6'1", 170-pound right-hander from Cambridge, Massachusetts, but goes down to Bradenton, Florida, attends IMG Academy, like so many of these players are. Pitches for Team Elite, 15U Black during the summers.
Dave, how important is it for you to strike up relationships with coaches on different travel programs around the country?
It's basically vital, a very, very key, vital part of the whole perfect game operation. In fact, it would be hard to say that there's something that is more important. With the number of tournaments that Perfect Game holds around the country, working with those teams on a continuous basis for the tournaments, and also in developing the trusting relationships with them. So when you get an email, a text, phone call from a coach from Team Elite, let's say, saying, hey, I've got this guy, I don't think you know much about him yet. He, is a guy, is a player. He needs to be on your map. And being able to trust in that relationship is just so important to what the fabric of baseball at this level, and particularly to what Perfect Game does.
Sometimes you'll have conversation, and I've had conversations with different people that are in the travel ball industry, and it is an industry in many ways. And sometimes you hear, the negative talk as this ball is sent in the air to center field and taken care of in center field by Eli Pitts. And Riker Benz quickly retired. But how do is it difficult to find those programs that might be suspect in nature? And I don't want to take you too far down the path, but it's just something to be wary of on occasion.
Well, one thing you have to remember is the people who run these travel programs are highly competitive people. They're former players by and large. They're coaches, usually by occupation. They're trying to win, and there is a level of occasionally cutthroat competitiveness, whether it's competing for players, actions in tournament games. They're out to win, and that's their industry. And it tends to attract a well above average competitiveness in the individual. So you have to deal with that. But sometimes somebody, for as competitive as they are in the field, they're still looking out for the best interests of the players. And you get to learn, just individually, because they're individuals, everybody's different. The ones that are most attuned to the needs of the players and making players better. And those are the ones you end up trusting the most, really.
You've been candid throughout, and I certainly appreciate the baseball conversation that we've had over 2+ days now, and we'll continue that on Friday as well. But I really do appreciate your thoughts on that. Get your thought on this one, because our 14-year-old, my wife and I, he played baseball and he enjoyed it. And we tried to go the travel ball route early, and there was a newly established travel ball team in our town, and his friends were playing on the team and stuff, and it was at a young age, and we really went back and forth on it and the commitment that he was going to have to make and everything. Is there a line for families that you can draw in terms of yes for travel ball compared to no for travel ball? And maybe some kids should be more destined towards, not necessarily going out and trying to compete with their friends on a travel ball level, but maybe playing Legion ball or more local.
I think that's a very good question. I think it really is based on each player's and more important, each family's particular situation. I don't think there's a straight answer to that, and I think going into it knowing that makes the decision easier, knowing what your son is like, knowing what his goals are, and also as a family, if you dedicate your summer and a large part of your budget to, and it's going to be a large part of any family budget, to travel ball, you've got to be all in. And if you're not all in, it probably isn't worth doing for you, or at least doing on a much reduced basis.
Bar jam to left field. And that one hangs up there. I believe Franco in left field. Is that the second time Bar jam has stumbled?
It is. Kobe Seelig coming out of the gate real nicely so far, working up to 87 on the fastball, working almost exclusively with his fastball and throwing a lot of strikes with it.
Christian Clark struck out in his first at bat, down to the count 0-1.
And there are players that are very well ranked, getting back to the travel ball question, who have gotten the attention of major colleges without going 2 feet in to the travel ball situation, who've kept their appearances limited, under control, not a all summer, 3 months, 30 days a month thing, who are still able to establish themselves. And I think there's a duality going on there. You want to establish yourself, you want to create opportunities at the next level, but you also want to maintain, some balance in life. And there are ways to do that too. And maybe you have to pick and choose a little bit more, but certainly when they're getting up into high school, sophomore, junior in high school, that's the time when if you're going to be serious about baseball, you're going to have to be serious about baseball. 13, 14, even younger, the younger age groups, it's not as important, I think, to go both feet in the full-time travel ball.
A recent conversation with Dom Amori, who is a writer, terrific writer in Connecticut, has written books on baseball and the New York Yankees in their past, and had a recent conversation with him about, you go back to Branch Rickey, you go back to the Cardinals and Yankees, and the 30s, 40s, 50s, and just stacking players up and going down that road with you of, if you've got the talent, you will be found. And that goes back to the mid-1900s. And present day, you've got the talent, you will be found. And we touched on, and you shared your thoughts on, on video and how vital that is for college recruiters.
And the same thing applies, the very same thing you're talking about applies to playing multiple sports. And coaches tend to discourage it because they want you for more games in their particular sport, whether it's football or baseball or any other sport. Whereas scouts and parents and educators, those who look at it from the overall view, will encourage you to play multiple sports. And it's much the same equation. Interrupting this train, a nice inning for Kobe Seelig there. As I said, started mixing his pitchers there, showed a slider and a cutter up to 87. Nice quiet delivery. Looking forward to seeing him throw for 2 more innings.
First time you've mentioned the slider and a cutter. As a scout, is it tough for you on occasion to distinguish between the two with the action?
It can be occasionally. Cutters at this level are more accidental pitches that are a basis of mechanics. A lot of times when a pitcher, a right-hander for instance, throws to his glove side, to the outside half of the plate to a right-handed hitter, you get to the outside by coming across the ball out front, and that just naturally creates cutting action to the ball. So a lot of the times at this level, it's not an intentional pitch. A slider is generally going to have more depth to it. It's not going to be at as high a velocity point compared to your fastball. And as pitchers get along, and especially if they have very high level coaching, a cutter is just basically a different grip on your fastball. It's thrown exactly like a fastball, just with a little fine tuning of the grip. So, and that's something that's, in the junior senior level of coaching classes for pitchers.
Bennett Gammon is on the mound. He will get the next 3 innings for Team Red. Austin Dean, 3 scoreless innings, 3 strikeouts, topped out at 84 miles an hour. Average fastball 81 for the big lefty. And now Bennett Gammon on the mound. Team Navy has not scored against the pitchers so far. Brissy and Dean for Team Red. As we see Navy batter striding up to the plate to start things off. And that is Hagen Wright who will stand in. Just one more follow-up for you. I'll give you an opportunity to implement one thing or take one thing away from travel ball. Which way would you go and what would it be?
You might have to give me a little time to think about that.
All right. Wright is 0 for 1. It's that one foul off Gammon out of play.
Gammon, 6 foot, 150 pounder. You can see the slender build. Just turned 15 a couple months ago. From Brush Creek, Tennessee. Plays for Knights Baseball Platinum. Last year
Hagen Wright at the plate. Arizona State commit.
Last year through 32 innings and perfect game events with 51 strikeouts. So there's a swing and miss pitch there. Has been up to 84 in the past.
Good pitch there. And right down on strikes. Will you note a pitcher that gets 2 strikes on a hitter and has that ability to put him away with a strikeout and not go up there and, foul ball after foul ball with 2 strikes and all of a sudden they run their pitch count up?
Oh, no, that's definitely a strength. It's having a swing and miss pitch. And I mentioned that just looking at Bennett's numbers. When you have a swing and miss pitch, and generally that's going to be a breaking ball, whether it's a curveball or a slider, it enables you to, exactly what you said, put away hitters quicker and avoid those the long counts. We saw, and you see, we've had a couple long counts here. During the National Junior, we had 123 pitch at bat, and a lot of it was caused by being in a fastball count, not being able to throw a breaking ball, which is that swing and miss pitch. So if you're a pitcher who can land the curveball or the slider for strikes at this age or any age, that puts you at a distinct advantage. And it's why so many breaking balls are thrown in pro ball now, both at the minor and the major league level.
I'm still wrapping my mind around, and we both read up on it and we touched on it, of at the big level there are certain organizations now that you are not throwing a majority of fastballs, and the percentages have changed. That would be called pitching backward. as a lot of pitchers at the college level do. Bennett Gammett striking out Wright and Tucker. Michael Vanderheyden at the plate. Ranko, Bowden, and McKenzie. The 3 base hits so far for Team Navy, all singles.
Well, they had Austin Dean to deal with for 3 innings, and that proved very difficult. I'm going to throw out something because I know we have a lot of young pitchers out there watching this broadcast. Maybe youngsters hoping to be in this game someday, or just young players who love watching baseball and have Perfect Game TV on. But I could talk a lot about Austin Dean for a while in his performance, as we see a fly ball to right to end that inning. Austin Dean worked 80 to 82 and topped out at 84, I believe. And that's maybe the first time I've mentioned his velocity. The velocity is not as important, young pitchers, as you think it is. Not as important. It's about the ability to pitch. It's about the ability to do what Bennett Gammon is doing here and working a couple different pitches there with life in the strike zone. It isn't all about velocity. If you have the athletic ability and the arm strength, the velocity will come. Let it come on its own. Learn how to pitch. Learn how to throw different pitches. Learn how to throw strikes.
And Dave, I touched on it yesterday, working Division I national or NCAA college baseball regional from Gainesville a few weeks ago. And if you want to go back and watch a left-hander be effective by working in and out, up and down in the zone, Google Karsten Finvold for the Florida Gators. Pitched them to a Game 6 victory and forced a Game 7 against Oklahoma. Went 9 innings in relief. Entered in the first inning with the bases loaded. Worked out of that jam. Retired the first 16 batters that he faced. Had a lot of fly ball outs, a lot of lazy fly balls off a very good offensive lineup in the Oklahoma Sooners. And with each passing inning, it was just, okay, when are they going to adjust? When are they going to barrel something up? And it just really never happened. He got into trouble, gave up 4 base hits in a row, and then settled down nicely the rest of the way and was able to finish off what he started in the first inning. And it was just, again, he topped out at 81, 82 miles an hour. As we go to the last half of the 6th inning. And Kobe Seelig gets his 2nd inning on the mound. Seelig struck out 1 through 16 total pitches in his first frame. And topped out at 89 miles an hour, was 82-89 with the fastball. What does that tell you at 82-89 with that discrepancy?
Well, first of all, it means that he might be throwing a firm changeup in that lower range that was just recorded as a fastball. It also might mean that he's throwing a 2-seamer and a 4-seamer. And a 2-seamer is going to typically be a couple clicks less than your 4-seamer. And getting that sink, emphasizing sink rather than ride and velocity.
Christian De Los Santos, his 2nd at-bat. Impressive in his first at-bat. Making the ball disappear over the wall in left field for a 3-run home run.
Drops in the soft curveball there. A little lower release point on that breaking ball than his fastball. I will answer half of your question from the previous inning.
Okay.
Something to do better at the travel ball level, something to do more of, something to do less of, a plus and a minus. One thing I think travel ball can do better, the whole structure of travel ball now, is practice more. It's very much about games, 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 and there just really isn't the opportunity to practice much. And a lot of the coaches that are involved in travel ball are outstanding coaches with their guys who played baseball who want to stay in baseball, and this is their way to do it. But the competing aspect of it in the games becomes overwhelming at times, and I think one of the reasons that East Cobb has been the juggernaut really of the last 20, 25 years in the game is it's local Georgia players. It's not a taken from everywhere team. And we saw them the other day in the afternoon practicing over on field 2.
Right.
They have a facility to practice at, and they practice every single day that they're not playing. They have the facility, they have the local players, which makes it easy. But I think that's an integral part of why Gary Baldwin and his staff have always run a dominant program here, is because of that ability to practice. And you watch them play, and you know they practice. They play a very distinct style of baseball, very precise, very coached up.
Towards second base, and the throw on to first to retire Dan Zeeson. Throw from Coy James. As we see Drake Tucker at first base, and there's Coy James. A little razzing from the dugout, perhaps.
All right, now I'm going to throw the other side of the coin out there, but something that is really beneficial about travel ball, something I've said many times. You only can get better in this game by playing against better players. And if you aren't challenged, you're not going to get better, whether that's as a hitter, a pitcher, a defensive player. You want the game to be faster and faster so you can play faster and faster.
Shermer down the right field line.
Drops that one in where nobody can get it. It's a line drive in the box score, as they say.
Yes, indeed. As Franco went over and played it off the turf, we take another look at the ball down the line.
But in general, if you're play for the best travel team you can, the team that's going to go to the big tournaments, has a goal of getting deep into playoffs, playing against better teams, better players, that's going to make you. We have another awkward moment out at second base. This hot turf is proving to be a bit slippery, a little indecisive there, maybe by Shermer contributing to it, indecisiveness. But if you're just playing in your local legion, let's say, and you're content to do that, you're playing against people who aren't generally, if you're a talented player, aren't going to challenge you and make you a better player. And over the course of time, that's going to have its impact on how you develop. So travel ball, getting out on the road, getting to a big tournament here at East Cobb, getting into a big tournaments down in Fort Myers or in Hoover, getting to the World Wood Bat Association World Championships in Jupiter and challenging yourself is ultimately the best way to improve, and that's how you're going to play at the next level.
Well said. Again, I appreciate your insightfulness there. Evan DeMario at the plate.
And I'm sure
Mario on his varsity team as a freshman.
And I appreciate you're asking that for your own situation, but that's a situation that countless, hundreds of thousands of parents across the country are largely dealing with the same question. It's just not in baseball. It's in softball. It's in soccer. Right. It's in lacrosse. It's the same dynamic in different sports. Basketball.
Basketball is a big one with more practice time. It's game to game to game to game. And the way a lot of us as adults live our life day to day, and survive in advance, move on to the next one, and put the last one in the rearview mirror. It's getting that practice time, the reps, the different situations that you can run in a practice that you may not necessarily see in a game over the course of a week or 2 weeks. But travel ball. I think there are a lot of families out there that feel the stress, and you talked about the family commitment. It's parents, it's guardians, it's the player, and it's siblings as well. That might have to be in tow. And they may have their own activities to divvy up, and a parent going in one direction one weekend and another direction another weekend. And It's just fascinating conversation to me. It really is. DeMario from Lee Summit, Missouri. University of Missouri commit in the SEC. His father, Joe, played college baseball and independent baseball as well in Puerto Rico. As DeMario is retired here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Nice job at third base by Cal Johnson. And we are going to the 7th in a 4-0 ball game with Team Red and the pitching stifling the bats for Team Navy.
I hope to get seen, let people know about me, about myself.
Trying to open some eyes from some colleges. I was hoping to get more exposure, and I have accomplished that so far.
My name is Cade Lanehorse, Andy Perez,
Adonis Smith.
My name is Eric Trott, and I'm at the Junior National Showcase.
hoping to open some eyes.
The commitment is like, you kind of wait for it and you get a little anxious, but you know it's going to come because your hard work is going to always pay off. I know today what I have to do to be successful and leave with a positive mindset of that I came here and did what I needed to do.
There are so many aspects of that Junior National Showcase to explore. One of them, the uncommitted players. And, of course, that will be a chapter of PG Weekly hosted by Darren Sutton that will appear directly after the games today. And I encourage you to listen to that no matter what type of baseball fan you are, but certainly if you or your son is an uncommitted player.
Bennett Gammon back out on the mound. The comebacker. And Will McKenzie, who beat out a bouncing ball to the right side earlier in this game, is retired. Could we possibly see, I don't want to jinx him here, but Kobe Seelig has done a nice job so far. Could we see him maybe face an extra batter here if he secures that third out? Avery Shiflett at the plate, stands in from the left side. He is in his third inning at this point, and Shiflett we are expecting to see for the 8th and 9th innings on the mound for Team Navy. Gannon will get this inning and then one more. At least that's what we anticipate.
Bennett Gammon impressing me much in the same way in the first game that Will Heine did, as a young man who just turned 15 and physically does not look 15. You look at the body, you look at the face. This is a really young man, but he's very advanced and low heartbeat, as we like to call it, on the mound. Just gets out there, works quick, goes about his bit. He's got a little comeback or a little pop-up, and we've got 2 down already here in the 7th inning. And Bennett Gammon hasn't even got his sweat back going on the mound.
Low heart rate and making quick work of the first 2 batters. And back to the top for Eli Pitts, looking for his first hit. 0 for 2 so far, and looks at a strike. Takes a peek back towards the umpire. Hyde Chopper over the mound. Bennett Gammon, and safe at first base as we see the speed by Eli Pitts. And Christian Clark, the shortstop, making the play here, moving to his left. Another high throw.
I think we had a little bit of an intimidation factor with the speed there. These players know each other. Pitts ran a 4.34, by the way, from the right side there. Big league average run time. But Clark had a little more time than he thought he had there. Dropped his slot and just throw sailed a bit.
Noah Franco, a base hit in his first at-bat, struck out in his last at-bat for Team Navy. I believe Cerna behind the plate, Dave, and touched on him as a catching prospect. Opportunity to see the throw here, and he sends that one into center field, and Pitts on his feet and hustling for third.
Cerna got on the side of this throw a little bit, trying to rush it. Had big tail on it, I imagine.
Pitts there at second, sort of caught his helmet in the air and decided, you know what, I'm going to leave it here and I'll come back for it.
Pitts is a physical runner, an aggressive runner. You can have the runners who just glide and run easy. No, he's strong and he runs hard, and it looks like it.
Franco into right field with a base hit. That will play Pitts from third, and Navy finally on the board. And Franco going into second base, and the throw comes in and gets away. And Noah Franco picking up the RBI. Appreciates the effort from the shortstop who's trying to take that throw from the outfield.
And this is just very advanced base run. Clean single, bobbled once. Just bobbled once and then casually thrown in. Very little, no hesitance on Franco. He was watching it the whole way. Cut the base well, and just that little mistake by the right fielder was all Franco needed to get to second base and get in scoring position.
Cannon Golden now at the plate with a runner at second base. 2 outs in the inning. He's leading you into Cerna behind the plate, and he sailed that one on Pitts' stolen base attempt into center field. That allowed him to move to third. What have you observed with the catchers in this game so far?
They haven't got a lot of opportunity, but the opportunities they've got, by and large, they're rushing their throws. And that might be out of a realization that the pitchers maybe aren't paying as much attention to runners as they could. You know, the ghost runners are tend to be the fastest players on the bench, but a couple throws this game have been really rushed, and when you rush a throw, you don't repeat your throwing mechanics. It's generally not going to be an accurate throw.
Accurate throw there, retiring Golden. A run across here in the top of the 7th inning, or in the inning for Team Navy.
Well, that's something that gets into catcher's notes, and I talked a lot about what goes into the catcher drills as we take another look at Bennett Gammon, who just keeps throwing strikes and doing his job on the mound. But part of what gets into a lot of the notes on the catcher drills is repeating. And I just have to put that word in my notes, and it speaks multiple sentences, because that means a catcher is able to repeat his footwork, stay directional to where he's throwing, and get behind the ball. You saw Cerna on that last one. He threw from a lower slot. And if you throw from a low slot, just like if you're a pitcher throwing from a 3/4 or lower arm slot on the mound, the ball is going to tail. And the ball tailing is the last thing you want as a catcher. You want that on-line throw that goes straight through the bag at second base, give your infielder a chance to make the tag.
Kobe Seelig out for another inning. And Seelig has pitched 2 innings so far. We expect to see Avery Shiflett on the mound for the 8th and 9th innings for Team Navy. One game already in the book. We'll have one more game to follow. Team Royal, Team White, our 3rd and final game on what is day number 3 of the Rising Sophomore National Showcase here in Marietta, Georgia. 3 games again tomorrow beginning at 8 a.m. Eastern. Mark Brissy, Arkansas commit, bats here to open up the home 7th inning. Brissy struck out in his first at bat, as Team Red will turn the lineup over here in the inning, and we'll see the third at bats of the game for Gamble, Matthews, and Cerna, the top three hitters in the lineup. Brissy has to bend out of the way of that breaking pitch. And we've seen a couple of pitchers get into their third inning and start to struggle with that command.
Seelig doing a nice job there. Took a step behind the mound, put his head down, said, okay, take a deep breath, throw a fastball with some sink right down the middle, get a ground ball to third. Didn't work out real well, but he collected himself well. It was a good process.
Tucker at third base for Team Navy. Brissy aboard at first base. And Bennett Gammon. Gammon from the pitcher's mound to the batter's box. Looks at a first pitch strike.
But Seelig there, he threw two pitches that were uncompetitive pitches. Comes back and throws two nice strikes right after that. I'd like to see that.
Pitch knocked down by Michael Vanderheyden behind the plate. Ground ball, shortstop. Second one, back to first, and safe at first base is Bennett Gammon. Up the middle, Boughton the shortstop, and the second baseman, Coy James.
Bennett running hard. Little flip. Bennett just was able, it wasn't that hard hit, and Bennett just able to beat it, or Gammon, excuse me, able to beat it out.
Here is Sean Gamble for Team Red. We've seen Gamble's speed. Fouls this one off.
Go, Tommy.
Gamble, 4.4 GPA, on a roll every semester. MVP of the IMG Junior National Team. Multiple hockey, football, and track awards. Dad played tennis at DePaul University. Third base side. And the catch not made. And they do go to second. And they do get the force out on the runner Gammon in front of Gamble. And Gamble now is at first base with two down.
Could you repeat the school that Sean Gamble went to?
His father went to DePaul, played tennis at DePaul.
At DePaul, P-A-U-W.
Yes.
That is my alma mater.
There you go. Did you think I was saying DePaul?
Yes, I didn't want to commit to it because that's a very common, even in the Midwest. You have DePaul in Chicago, and you have DePaul in Greencastle, Indiana, a small liberal arts school. Well, I was fortunate enough to spend 4 years of my young life back in the early 80s.
I have a friend, a former broadcaster. I'm trying to pick between 3 in my mind that I'm picturing right now that went to DePaul. I think it was early on in my minor league baseball career they went to DePaul University. Where in Indiana?
Greencastle. About halfway between Indianapolis and the Indiana-Illinois state line.
Micah Matthews at the plate. Gamble is now at third. Again, terrific speed. Right next to Drake Tucker for a moment.
If I'm not mistaken, Matthews has a couple of infield hits this game.
Credited with 1 hit.
Perhaps reached on an error on the other, but Matthews, big 6'2", 195 pounds, one of the strongest players in this class, but also very athletic and has that kind of speed.
That one to the backstop, and the ricochet comes back towards the plate area, and Gamble with a good look down the line, stays put. Seelig looking to get one final out here in the 7th inning. Fly ball off the bat of Matthews. Ghost runner takes off for second. Here comes Gamble from third base. He will score. Right center field. And that ball misplayed in the outfield. Runner will come in to score. And Matthews aboard as Christian Clark scores.
Not sure what happened there. Take another look at it. That ball bounce in front of the right fielder and then take a turf hop over his head.
See if we can get one more look at that as Omar Cerna is at the plate. 5th batter for Kobe Seelig in this inning. Runner out at second base. Micah Matthews reaching. Matthews takes off for third base, and he is out at third. So Seelig gets the final out at third base. Strong throw down from Vanderheyden. And Seelig saw him laboring somewhat in his final inning on the mound. Strong throw from behind the plate. Tucker applying the tag.
Overall, a nice outing from Seelig. Was a strike thrower the first 2 innings. Got let down by his defense a bit in that 3rd inning. Gets nice movement on his fastball from that 3/4 arm slot. Maintained his velocity really well, that 84 to 87 mile an hour range. Topped out at 89 early, I believe you said. tends to get under the breaking ball at that 3/4 arm slot. Every once in a while you get your wrist turned under it and float that ball in instead of driving in over it out front. But that's very correctable. And we do get to see Bennett Gammon for a third inning on the mound.
Works here in the top of the 8th inning. Navy with its run in the last inning against Reds pitching. And that run charged to Bennett Gammon was an unearned run. He has struck out 2 over 2 innings so far. Rissy 2 innings, no runs, 2 strikeouts. Austin Dean went 3 innings, gave up a hit and struck out 3. Coy James has struck out in both of his at-bats to this point. We've seen James in center field up the middle at second and short. This one to deep shortstop. And James will beat it out as the throw sails over the first baseman. Throw coming across, I believe, from Christian Clark.
Not much of a chance to get James with where that ball was hit. And James a very good runner. Got a good break out of the box there, 6'9" in the 60. Kind of ball a shortstop can just put in his pocket and throw back to the pitcher, and nobody will look at it twice. Lucky that didn't go in the first base dugout.
Matthew Boughton at the plate. We saw the catcher Cerna backing up the play. But even the throw across the diamond eluding Cerna, at least at the start, as he did go and pick it up. Swing and a miss. Boughton a base hit and 2 at-bats. James leadoff base runner. Looks like he wants to go. Runner in motion, ball hit towards deep short. Knocked down, no play though. And 2 on as Clark going back to his right towards the hole. And Boughton collects his second base hit.
Pretty sure Clark was at Barjam at short.
Barjam, yeah.
Barjam at short saved the runner from going to third as he had been going, was already pretty much at second base. So if that ball gets into left field, he undoubtedly takes third base. He was leaning towards second, so he showed a lot of range on that play. He'd already taken a step to second base to back up on the throw and be around the bag. A very athletic play there, even though it was a hit.
Cal Johnson, aggressive swing there against Bennett Gammon. Johnson is hitless to 2 at-bats.
That's the first thing I thought, too, is, wow, that's an aggressive swing. And I believe Johnson, lined out hard to left field his last time up. So he's up there attacking pitches. Couldn't pull the trigger on that one, though, for strike 2.
Runner breaks for third. And both runners move up. James to third, Bowden to second.
Kind of one of those risky steals. You're probably going to steal the bag successfully as on a 2-strike count, pitcher trying to throw an off-speed pitch or hit a spot. But if Cal Johnson hits a line drive somewhere, it's an automatic double play with no outs. Maybe a triple play.
When was the last time you saw one of those?
I was actually
I'm going to say the last 2 years.
I was actually thinking about a story from back when I was with the Astros, and we had a minor league manager since become a big league coach, Tim Tolman, and he said his first year managing in low A, he kind of liked that start the runners on first and second and no outs. Nice catch there over by the first base dugout by our first baseman. Called off the catcher very well.
Riker Benz has played both corners on the infield.
It's okay.
But yeah, totally said he said, I knew I was going a bit against, baseball grain and that, but I was young. I was trying to be aggressive, get things happening. And then twice in April in my first year managing, I had hitters lined into triple plays. And I have never, and this was back in like 1990. He says, I've never done that again. I learned my lesson very quickly. The baseball gods will teach you, no, you should not start runners from first and second with no outs.
Mercer Johnson 0 for 2, takes upstairs for ball 1. Managers will learn. Some take a little bit longer than others.
Well, it's been interesting at the big league level this year, and some of the most experienced managers in baseball history out there getting a little confused about intentional walks. Joe Madden and Tony La Russa both coming under fire for their choices in that.
I still don't understand walking a hitter as La Russa did with 2 strikes.
Yeah, that is kind of tough. And of course, especially nowadays, there are so few intentional walks. But A.J. Hinch in one of the Astros runs didn't issue a intentional walk all season long. In fact, his only intentional walk of the entire season was in the World Series.
Bases full with 1 down here in the 8th inning with the ghost runner. And Hudson at the plate. Bennett Gammon like Kobe Seelig as he picks up a big strikeout there for the second out of the inning. And Hudson now 0 for 3. We've seen these pitchers, a couple of them, not all of them, a couple of them have gotten to that 3rd inning and have battled not only the hitters but themselves to a certain degree. Dean and Finkbeiner were both solid over 3 innings. Hagen Wright at the plate. So bases loaded, 3-0 count. How do they play this if it's ball 4?
Good
do they
question.
put a run on?
I think they will not. I think they will just, leave it be.
I know you've been patient with me as I give the score, and it is a 6-1 ball game in the 8th inning. The base hit here could pull Navy closer, and that's how we sort of design as a broadcast and look at the scenarios and play to the scoreboard.
That's what your instincts are, honed over 20-plus years doing it. I respect that.
And I've learned finally in this situation with the turf field not to say the catcher picked one out of the dirt. Could have been right there. Cerna going to the knees behind home plate.
Blocked it successfully.
And the ball stays in play. Strikeout there. And Bennett Gammon does leave the bases loaded. And we'll go to the last half of the 8th inning. Gammon, 3 innings. And battled.
Young 15-year-old, just barely 15, Bennett Gammon competing to the end, and might have gotten a little tired there at the end, but still throwing strikes and competing as hard as he can. Nice outing for the young man.
Steve Lennox and Dave Ronsley along with you from the 2022 Sophomore National Showcase. Again, one more game to follow, our third and final game on this Thursday. 3 games tomorrow on the docket for the 6 teams participating here at the East Cobb Complex in Marietta, Georgia. And Avery Shiflett anticipated that we'll see him for the next 2 innings. Bottom of the 8th and bottom of the 9th.
Definitely continuing our left-handed theme with Shiflett, 6'4", 185-pound southpaw. Out of Calhoun, Georgia, plays for the Georgia Jackets Travel Club. Ranked as the #1 overall left-handed pitcher in the state of Georgia. He's already cleared 100 innings in his PG career, 105 innings, 127 strikeouts in that time.
Ready to go to work. Omar Cerner. He is at the plate, 0 for 2 with a strikeout. Louisiana State commit from the state of Texas.
Just saw Shiflett recently at the 15U PG Southeast Championships here in the Atlanta area. In early June, was named to the all-tournament team both as a hitter and a pitcher. 81-83 off the mound with a 70 curveball, 73 changeup.
Cerna to right field. Nice job by the second baseman showing the range. And that is Eli Pitts making the play in front of Cal Johnson, the right fielder.
Now, we've seen Pitts at shortstop, seen him at second, seen him in the outfield.
Showing versatility and able to play both middle of the infield positions.
Looks like that kind of player with his speed and athleticism could be invaluable for a club that employs shifts, play him all over the field. Of course, that raises the questions whether we're going to have shifts in the future of baseball.
They shifted against Ted Williams, and he found a way to hit well over 300, and yes, 406 in 1 year.
344 for his career.
Tyler Wood goes by T. Wood. One of 5 children for Judd and Donna Wood. 3 sisters and a brother, Riley. Tyler, 3.95 GPA, freshman year at Lee Summit West with honors classes. Wants to take our job in the future, won several awards in broadcasting classes at West.
Well, that's taking your job. This is just me moonlighting. Wood went down on strikes as Shiflett dotted the outside corner there.
Riker Benz gets in the bat here in the bottom of the 8th inning. He is 0 for 2. I was listening, Dave. I thought I heard 3 from the field beyond field 1 here at the East Cobb Complex. And then I thought I heard a yeah and then some clapping. So I think they got to third base.
Or maybe they threw him out at third base.
I think the reaction would have been different. I think the sound would have been different.
Just a little
louder. That's what
louder.
I'm telling myself. Yes. Yeah. I envision it standing up at third base. Pop up, and the second baseman Pitts takes care of it.
And he calls it loud enough. He scared the first baseman away there. He calls it, just like I said, he runs the bases aggressively and physically. Same thing calling a ball. And that you like to see that. There's no doubt who was going to get that pop-up.
We welcome you back to Perfect Game Weekly. We're presented by Rawlings, having a blast at the Junior National Showcase here at beautiful East Cobb. And a couple of gentlemen, as a matter of fact, gentlemen we've known since they were Select Festival athletes, right? Michael Mullinax and right next to him, Derek Curiel. These are the top 2 position players in the class of 2024. The concept of a showcase, right? I've talked to major league players that have gone through these showcases, guys, and they make it clear. When you take batting practice with no turtle over your head, when everybody's watching you, it's almost like having a major league at bat. How have you taken this in, and how exciting is it to be here?
It's really exciting to be here. Obviously, there's a lot of top 2024s here, and it's just cool to be able to talk to the guys that are from, 1,000 miles away from you, and just seeing the talent that everyone has just to keep pushing you to work harder. I think it's pretty cool.
PG Weekly will air immediately following our third game this afternoon from the 2022 Sophomore National Showcase. Steve Lennox, Dave Ronsley. We have one more game following Navy and Red. And Mason Shermer on here in the 9th inning. He was not one of the pitchers listed, but we see him for the 9th. Opportunity to showcase his skills on the pitcher's mound.
And he has pretty extensive experience on the mound through 29 innings last year in PG events. It's been up to 83. Primarily makes his baseball living, so to speak, with his bat, as he's a career .453 hitter. But also athletic enough and strong-armed enough and left-handed enough to take the mound.
And worth noting, even if it is for one viewer of ours, 6-1 ball game in the top of the 9th inning, you may be thinking 3 outs and this one is complete. Not necessarily so. If there's another pitcher that they want to see on the mound, then we will have a bottom of the 9th inning. Drake Tucker, hitless in 2 at-bats, has struck out once. And Shermer backs him off the plate.
Last time we saw Shermer on the mound was at the 15U PG West MLK Championships out at Camelback, the ranch, the Dodgers and White Sox spring training facility back in January. He was all tournament, both batting and pitching, 80-83 off the mound with a low 70s breaking ball. Struck out 4 in 3 no-hit innings at that event.
One of 3 Missouri commits on this Missouri roster, along with, or this Red roster, along with Evan DeMario and the other Tyler Wood. Fires a strike just above the knees. Vander Hayden scheduled next, then Will McKenzie. And we'll have a base runner here in the 9th inning for Team Navy. Blur across the diamond. Noah Franco. You heard all fastballs coming to the hitter, Drake Tucker. Runner goes. Ball hit on the ground to third base. And the throw across in time to retire Tucker. Christian De Los Santos, a 3-run home run earlier, handling this opportunity at third. Michael Vander Hayden, 0 for 2. With Franco, the ghost runner, out at second base. Seen a lot of runners out at second. They're not long for second base. They've taken off for third. Shortstop. This will move the runner along. And Vander Hayden retired. On the ground out to short to Christian Clark. Ben's the first baseman taking the throw. Shermer has gotten the ground ball out. And now a ball lifted in the air to right field. And coming on the right fielder, Tyler Wood, to make the catch. And we will, I believe, have a bottom half of the 9th inning for Team Red.
I would anticipate so. And a very quiet top of the 9th as Shermer walked the first hitter and then quickly tuned in the strike zone and got 3 quick outs. Routine plays by the shortstop twice and the right fielder. Are we going to have a bottom of the 9th? Well, when you see a player with a helmet and a bat, that's a pretty good sign.
Christian Clark is ready, says, let's go. And
he says, somebody get out there and pitch. I want to
hit. He might summon Shermer to get back out there. Team White, Team Royal waiting in the wings for Game 3. Yeah, there's Christian Clark. He's played second and short in this game. Oh, we've got our first baseman jogging across the diamond. Got our catcher behind the plate.
I believe we have Avery Shiflett on the mound for his second inning of work.
There we go. And Shiflett might have been waiting on Vander Hayden to put the gear on. And Shiflett back out on the mound. 1 inning so far. Strikeout through 14 pitches in the 8th inning. Fastball 82, work 80-82. Simple average there of 81.
And that's a ball player move by Shiflett. So many times you see pitchers run out to the mound at this level and not realizing that their catcher made the last out, and the other catcher's down in the bullpen warming somebody up, and they awkwardly stand on the mound for 45 seconds, a minute, waiting for things. So young pitchers, always make sure to look over at your catcher, You're not in a hurry to get back there as much as we'd like games to be played fast, but there's nothing for you to do on the mound until your catcher's ready, so you might as well still stay in the shade.
Red last at bats here in the bottom half of the ninth inning. And Zahir Barjam will be the batter. Barjam from Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic. Perfect game, 13U National Showcase, 14U National Showcase. 13U event was really his first big event, as he shares with us. Credits his brother as the person who has inspired him the most. Brother hardworking and persistent in his pursuits. Older brother Ian.
We've seen a lot more instances in the last 4 or 5 years of players from Latin America like Barjam coming to the United States at a young age and attending academies or high schools, primarily in Florida, also in Georgia, up the East Coast. And if you have the means, the educational background to do that, you know, you're sort of trading off for a baseball future, you know, a better education, a more stable baseball environment. You're not going to go through the international signing period where you can sign at 16. So if pro baseball is in your future, it's going to be put back a year or two, potentially.
Barjam, favorite team, the Padres. Favorite player, Francisco Lindor. Boasts that he can play the piano. Fancies himself as a good chef.
Wow.
I like it.
Those are nice skills for a 15-year-old to have in any context.
I'd have some follow-up on the cooking.
Well, I think it's more likely he's a more advanced cook than piano player. Cooking's a heck of a lot easier than playing the piano.
Christian Clark.
Oh my God.
Clark, a couple of strikeouts. Lean frame, Florida State commit. Shiflett drops in a breaking ball strike. Clark to center field, and that one will fall for a base hit. Went down and got that one. Christian De Los Santos, an opportunity here. 3-run home run early on in this game for Team Red. Maybe just the one run, and that late. Conversation going on over at first base with Clark and Drake Tucker. Here's Tucker to the pitcher covering. De Los Santos retired. He has struck out and bounced out in his 2 at-bats since the home run. And Shiflett now needs one more out. Caleb Danzisen. See the shortstop McKenzie coming in behind the runner. Danzisen down in the count, 0-1. Steps away from the batter's box for just a moment to regroup. We hope to have scheduled first pitch for you for Game 3 before we go off the air with this one after the last out. This one started about 10 minutes earlier than the 11 a.m. start time. So a little ahead in terms of the scheduled start times. Runner takes off for third base. And Clark now at third as he got in there safely.
Both these games today have really moved along nicely. 9-inning games that we're playing in 2 hours and 10 minutes. And yes, the Perfect Game Showcase rules certainly impact that. But the biggest impact has been pitchers like Avery Shiflett and Austin Dean and Seelig, and going all the way back through this game and into the first game, throwing strikes and showing maturity on the mound. And we saw the same thing today. It doesn't have to be upper 80s, touching 90. You know, I've really enjoyed these first games today because of the quality of pitching is enabled the hitters to do what we want to see them, is enabled the fielders to show their wares, and it's just really clean, nice baseball. And of course, you drop in a 3-run homer by De Los Santos in the middle of it, and you get a little bit of excitement too.
Pitching, offense, defense, base running, a little bit of everything here at the 2022 Sophomore National Showcase. We've got one more game coming this afternoon, Royal versus White. Dave and I will be back for that one shortly on perfectgame.tv.
right, guys, we're going to do a 1:45 start, so you got 30 minutes still. Yes, sir. We've got Blake throwing 3, Jason throwing 3, and Taylor throwing 3. Okay? And then Mateo, you're going to be throwing 3.
Kate, you post the lineups and stuff? They're team 6, right?
Yeah, they're home. They're going to be home. White's going to be home.
I was a lot more confident with day 1. Now I'm just like, what is home and away? What's that mean?
What time we're starting? We're going at 1:45, so you got about 30 minutes. All right. And you guys will be the home team, okay? He was a late ad. I can give you his name. All right, out the pitching rotation.
Carson, when you're good, I'll meet you at the foul pole.
All right, guys. Hey, lineups have been posted. Once you guys are done playing catch, take a look, okay?
think I left something in the dugout yesterday. We just don't want you to. No, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
question for me. Any of you guys have a question about the line of play?
Yep, Frank Bolt's going to be out coach today. He's still out. I wish he would turn the camera to see where it went. That seemed like it went pretty far. That thing probably went, I would say probably for that. I wonder about it. That thing was absolutely weird. And no, that's real wood too. Good over here, White. Your third base coach will be here shortly. Okay. Hit by the chart, play positions by the chart, pitch by the chart. Basically, everything good with that? Yeah.
Y'all are home team. 1:45 start, so starting pitcher will be ready to go. Everything's by the chart. Y'all playing baseball, we're just kind of chaperoning. Good? No questions? Y'all straight? All right. Got about 7 minutes. About 7 minutes. Y'all are home team. There he is right there. Hey, don't believe in anything this guy tells you. I've warned them, Frank.
What time is this too?
We're going to start at 1:45.
Did you check out the lineup?
We must have had a pitcher's.
Somebody told me.
No. I can't even 10:30, dog. I can't. Well, I'm the two. Yeah. I look at the chart all right. Of course, I live close by. That's it.
But you don't live. Yeah, right.
I went home and cut grass. Had some brothers too, you know. Some. Oh, did you? You got the white kid. They're like a 6-run underdog right now. So tell them this. Don't tell them that. They'll get fired up. They know what they're doing. It's 140. It's a little different. Like, they play it like, everything's already designed. Do it by the chart, play positions by the chart. If you don't want to come around and coach third, I know you probably want to come over there and talk a little bit. I'll be over there. It's just, if I'm doing it. They hit a gapper and it's probably like a stand-up. I'll probably just hold them to third. Especially for the white guy. All right, Frank.
Hey, fellas, Team White on the bench, please have a seat on the bench. Team White.
Along with Dave Ronsley, I'm Steve Lennox as we welcome you back to the East Cobb Baseball Complex in Marietta, Georgia, our third and final game on day number 1 of games at the 2022 Sophomore National Showcase. And Dave, we've seen solid pitching over the first 2 games, and the pitchers for Team Royal and Team White certainly have some living up to do here if we want to continue with that pitching trend.
Oh, definitely, Steve. It seems like these first 2 games have flown past. I can't believe we're 2/3 through the day here at the Sophomore National Showcase, but looking forward to the 3rd game, and perhaps we'll see some offensive fireworks. We got a hint of it last game with the first home run of the event off the bat of Christian De Los Santos. Maybe we'll see some more offensive fireworks here. These players are certainly talented enough to give it to us.
Do you have a couple of players, Dave, that you're particularly looking forward to?
I was looking at the roster thinking that exact same thing, and I'm looking forward to Mason Pike, Royal number 21, play defense. And I'm looking to see the big bopper there, number 27 Royal, that we're looking at, Donovan Jeffrey, swing the bat. Those are the first 2 names that come to mind.
Team White taking the field. And like with the first 2 games, we are expecting the pitchers to work multiple innings. We will not see that from Team Royal starter Jax Bishop. He's going to go 1. But we look at Blake Illich taking the mound for Team White, and he'll be first up to face Team Royal in our 3rd and final game of this Thursday. Illich is from the state of Michigan, has ties to the Illich family. We'll touch on that. You see his national rank from Perfect Game. Uncommitted when it comes to making his decision about a Division I 4-year school.
Illich, a big young man for the 2025 class, 6'3", 195 pounds. Very mature on the mound. Type of pitcher who can throw all his pitches, including a big breaking curveball at any point in the count. Has been up to 87 with his fastball. It's one of the many players on these rosters who were a 2021 14U Select Fest player.
Young man from Detroit, Michigan. Considered one of the top baseball talents in the nation. And that's what we see here with the rising sophomores. These young men will be sophomores in high school, late summer, early fall.
And to put that in age context, Illich at 16 years, 2 months as of today. Actually one of the older players in this class. We've had a 14-year-old earlier today, but most of these players 15 years old.
As we are underway, Illich working here in the 1st inning. And the first batter, Mason Pike. We'll see him at shortstop and second base throughout the course of this game. Illich 78-76 with his last couple of pitches.
Starting off with a heavy breaking ball diet. There we see the first fastball.
Ability to get off the mound. And Mason Pike retired, 1-3.
Yeah, I'm going to give an assist on that, I believe, to Illich's catcher, who you can hear yelling inside, inside at the last moment. Took that decision away from his pitcher. That first fastball, 89 miles an hour. So we saw 3 breaking balls and then 89. And here, another first pitch breaking ball. Reading the scouting report on Blake Illich, it says lands the big breaking curveball, strikes in any count with confidence, and that's what he's showing right now.
Donovan Jeffrey at the plate. Dave touched on him briefly at the start. Uncommitted from Chester, Virginia.
And there's some definite deception in Illich's delivery. It's very fast-paced. And normally, especially with a young pitcher like that, that would be a little bit of a yellow flag for command. But that's the way Illich pitches, and he's proven that he can repeat his delivery with that pace in the delivery. And if you can do it, it is a plus because it is distracting to the hitters. It's harder to time up for them, especially if you're throwing off-speed pitches like that in the mid to low 70s and then come back with a near 90-mile-an-hour fastball.
Illich is the grandson of Mike Illich. Touched on that yesterday, the Illich family, ownership of the pro sports teams in the Detroit area. As Jeffrey back to the dugout, and 2 outs in the inning.
And Jeffrey definitely laid on that 89-mile-an-hour fastball. But right now it's about 60-40 breaking balls. So when you get that 89, the velocity's playing up right now. And if I'd mentioned a third player I was waiting to see, it would be Jonathan Coombs. Hitting in the third spot for Royal.
Stands in with the bases empty, takes a breaking ball strike from Illich.
That's 3 first pitches, 3 breaking balls for strikes. Coombs, a dynamic athlete, one of the top freshman running backs in the country last year, playing for DeMatha High School. Just have to figure out a way to keep him in baseball.
Illich looking for a 1-2-3 inning here. Pike retired on the little dribbler up the first base side that Illich was able to field and get Pike at first base. And then Jeffrey struck out this one off the end of the bat foul.
Thank you. Are those both gamers?
Inside and off the glove of the catcher. We have Carson Quillen behind the plate early on, set to catch the first 3 innings of this game for Team White. Taylor Tracy, who we'll see on the mound, is at first base to start. Illich, a couple of strikeouts and working a 1-2-3 top of the first, Dave.
Yeah, the impressive ability to throw the breaking ball for strikes. 89 stands out. I believe every single fastball he threw is 89. But it's the quality and the consistency of the breaking ball that stood out there, and just getting it over early in counts. And once you get that curveball over early in counts, you can throw just about anything because the hitter really has no idea what's coming.
Here in the background, pitchers will face 5 batters max in an inning. And Illich is set to go the first 3. Jason Delamar and Taylor Tracy to follow for Team White. They are scheduled to throw 3 pitchers on their first game, on their first day of games.
You can see the incomparable Frank Foltz, over 50 years in the game, coaching up his White team there, explaining the rules, which I guess we can do too. The differences in a perfect game showcase game. You have 5 batter max per inning, but most importantly, there are no walks and no strikeouts, or hit by pitches, excuse me. No walks and no hit by pitches. If you get ball 4 or hit by a pitch, you have a ghost runner sent down to first base, and you remain in the batter's box and get all fastballs after that. And as Frank was saying, maximum 5 batters an inning, also a minimum of 3 batters or 3 outs if that comes first.
And if you're called upon to be the ghost runner, be ready to go.
You have your helmet on, your oven mitt on, be ready to sprint out of the dugout. Because if Frank Foltz catches you sitting there on the bench waiting and you're the next man up, he'll tell you about it.
Jackson Bishop. We saw Donovan Jeffrey just a moment ago at first base. Bishop, Tennessee commit. 6'2", 160-pound right-hander. Also plays the outfield from Rome, Georgia. Touted as the #1 overall class of 2025, rising sophomore in the state of Georgia. The #1 right-handed pitcher, the #1 prospect overall, and the 5th best right-hander in the entire nation with his national ranking from Perfect Game.
Bishop, 2020 13U Festival player, 2021 14U Festival player. Plays for the East Cobb Astros right here at this facility. Attends Calhoun High School. A Tennessee commit.
Joshua Campbell. We'll see him play all 3 outfield positions later on in this one. Stands in as the leadoff hitter. Campbell, like Illich, from the Detroit, Michigan area.
Bishop playing for the East Cobb Astros. Plays a lot of perfect game events, a lot of games here. 93 innings in his PG career, 51 hits allowed, 155 strikeouts. So he's been virtually unhittable since a young age.
Joshua Campbell, Michigan commit. Learned over the last 24, 36 hours that Eric Bakich taking over, replacing Monty Lee as the new head coach at Clemson University. Campbell, #2 top overall rated prospect in the state of Michigan, and the #1 outfielder. .74 in the 60-yard dash. Time taken yesterday, they ran the 60. We did not have that, but we had the outfield, infield, first base, and catcher drills on Wednesday, along with the rounds of batting practice. The shortstop will take care of this one, and that retires Joshua Campbell, as Mason Pike taking care of it.
Bishop working 86, 89 miles an hour, 77 mile an hour slider.
Ethan Kloss at the plate with a runner aboard and 1 down. Home first inning. Again, Jax Bishop slated to go 1 inning. We've seen some of the rising sophomore pitchers in the first 2 games get to that 3rd inning and labor somewhat, but continue to battle. I think we had 2 pitchers late as a runner will advance, who got into that territory of facing a 5th and final hitter, but they were able to secure the final out before leaving the field with runners on base. Ethan Kloss from Palo Verde High School in Las Vegas, Nevada, Texas A&M commit. And a little indecision there, but they do get the out at first base. And Donovan Jeffrey at first was thinking to go towards second.
He thought for a long time about it, almost too long, but trusted his quickness to get back to the bag.
Make sure you get one on a ball like that. You'd like to get the lead runner. 2 down in the frame. Carson Quillen. Quillen behind the plate for Team White. And alerted to be on the heads up to look for him late in the game, pitching for Team Royal. Quillen from Greenville, Tennessee. Plays for Canes National, Greenville High School. Canes National, his travel team. 12 and 13U Select Fest. Perfect Game National Showcases. Towards second base, tough play. And a nice job by the second baseman. Gabriel Winans doing a nice job there.
Really made the only play he opened him. If he hadn't barehanded that and quickly flicked it to first base overhand, there's really no play. It's just a little jam shot pop-up. But you see Winans just quickly catch, throw, no margin for error, and Winans didn't make any errors. Bishop doing a real nice job. Look at this montage of his pitches, working downhill with that fastball, creating angle and keeping the ball down in the zone very consistently at 86, 89 miles an hour.
So top of the second, scoreless ball game. And Blake Illich, again scheduled to go the first 3, was impressive in the first inning, Dave.
Very impressive. Worked 89 mostly with the fastball, did touch a 90, but more impressively than the velocity, really, just dropped that breaking ball in for strikes at will. And I think confused 3 strong hitters with early count curve balls to get them behind and get them defensive, and then usually kind of put them away with the fastball late in count. So pitching backwards in baseball pitching parlance.
We see Reagan McCluskey going through his routine in the on-deck circle, or in the on-deck area, I should say. And it'll be McCluskey to start things off for Team Royal here in the second inning. Our third game. And we'll have 3 more tomorrow beginning at 8 a.m. Eastern. McCluskey from Brentwood, Tennessee, catcher.
That's a strong-looking young man, barrel-chested, broad, thick shoulders.
Illich again throwing the ability to throw that breaking pitch for a strike. McCluskey, like a lot of these players highlighted at the National Showcase for sophomores, Has played all over the country, PG events in California, Arizona, Alabama, Florida. Played in the 12U NYBC and the Cooperstown Tourney. And this one's going to skip over the right field wall. And McCloskey will stop at second base.
And that just shows the strength. Pointed out 6 feet, 260 pounds with that barrel chest, and just kind of reached the barrel out there and flicked it one hop over the right field fence, probably about 330, 335 right there.
First base runner, first base hit allowed by Illich. Wesley Bass, his first at bat. Bass patrolling center field to start. We'll also see him on the corners in the outfield. Illich misses. Runner takes off for third base. And in there safely is McCloskey. Got a good read there. Mikal Holden taking the throw from the catcher, Carson Quillen.
Quillen did a pretty good job there of deadening the ball in front of him, but McCluskey a better job of getting the jump. Bass, a very toolsy player, 6'7", 6'8" in the 60, 90 miles an hour from the outfield. 6'2", 275 pounds, so lots of physical projection there. Attends Blessed Trinity Catholic High School here in Marietta, a program that's been very prolific, turning out high-level college and pro prospects over the last decade. Ooh. That one up and in. I think it got Bass first on the shoulder and then deflected off his helmet. Might have got a bit more than just his shoulder. Illich has gotten a little fast. I mentioned the first inning how it's a sped up, fast-paced delivery. We're going to take another look at that. No, that must have just got him right. Combination of hitting the helmet flap and a little bit off the head as well. So kind of a scary moment right there.
See the reaction from Illich. Bass again will not take his base in this situation. Appears to be all right. But we will have a runner at first base, and he'll continue the at-bat.
Illich with that fast-paced delivery, he seems to control it real well on the curveball, but we've seen 3 or 4 instances where he's come way up and in unintentionally when that delivery just gets out of sync. Nice to see Bass take a full big hack there.
He's got a look that we've seen the last couple of games. That shirt sleeve tucked in, showing the bicep. So McCluskey, the runner at third base, ghost runner at first with 1 out. And the hitter is Thomas O'Connell, Virginia commit, who was at Mills High School in Connecticut. Runner goes from first, and this one hit foul. Now a little visit on the pitcher's mound. Illich gave up the leadoff double as Reagan McCluskey took him to the opposite field for the ground rule double to right. Who do we have behind home plate with the camera? I believe that's a camera. In the white T-shirt.
Well, I'm not sure who that is.
Okay. Ground ball, base hit through the vacated hole on the left side. McCluskey will score from third base. Nice piece of hitting by O'Connell.
We have so many different uses and different types of cameras and cameras out here. It's actually hard to tell.
Damian Gatson, outfielder for Team Royal, at the plate. Up there with 2 on and 1 run across so far. Our runner at second base is Jonathan Coombs. Inside, and Illich, strong first inning. Hitting his second batter of this inning. And Gatson got rid of the bat, but again, he will come back to home plate.
Notable there because both times he's hit a batter, it's been with a fastball, but that one coming into the lefty as opposed to the fastball command issues he'd previously had coming up and into right-handed hitters. But I think when you get Illich in this fastball only count, it's a definite advantage for the hitter because even with that 88, 90 mile an hour velocity, he's got much better feel for the breaking ball.
Illich again in his second of what will be 3 innings. This ground ball back through the middle of the diamond. And no play anywhere. That will plate the runner from third base. Second baseman and shortstop both near the bag. And Gatson is able to reach. That hit the back slope of the mound.
That's exactly
really,
what did. Just flattened it out.
Josh Gibbs, the shortstop, had to wait for it and then had no play. Ball lost some steam.
I think if that had bounced cleanly, he would have taken a more direct angle right across the bag and maybe been in a position to tag the second base bag for the force out.
Illich 87 with the fastball. We'll take a moment here. Gabriel Winans at the plate. Winans has played in the 14U South Showcase for Perfect Game, the Sunshine Showcase for Perfect Game. Travel Team Midland Redskins National 15U program. And a called strike 3. Illich escapes any further damage. And Team Royal leaving the bases loaded. We believe we'll see Illich for 1 more inning as we go to the last half of the second. And we again take a look at Blake Illich on the mound.
Well, there's no mistaking where his strengths are, and it is that with that breaking ball, throwing it for strikes. Throws it to both sides of the plate. And does throw some fastball strikes. Got a little wild there and hit 2 batters that inning. But it's all about the curveball right now for the young Michigan right-hander.
Hear the chatter from the dugout. Zion Theopolis, young man from Anderson, Ohio, is now on. As Jax Bishop went 1 inning. Bishop threw a total of 16 pitches. Fastball topped out at 88 miles an hour, was 85-88 with his fastball. Curve was 74 to 77. Also mixed in a little slider. That was 80-82.
Theopolis, the number 40th ranked player in the PG rankings, a 6'1", 165-pounder. Attends Moeller High School, plays for the Canes National 15 and under team, and looking down his resume and a full slate of over a dozen all-tournament teams, but also the most valuable pitcher in the 2021 WWBA 14U National Championships, pitching for the Wow Factor.
That is the World Wood Bat Association, yes?
Yes, WWBA, World Wood Bat Association. And
Ethan Britton for Team White.
And that's probably the biggest tournament of the year last year for the 14U age group, that WWBA National Championship. And Theopolis, the most valuable pitcher. Going to look up what his performance line. Looked at that. He's pitched in so many tournaments over the last year. Very busy young man.
Ethan Britton from Wake Forest, North Carolina, Duke commit. Is there room? No. Catcher McCloskey and third baseman Aiden Kitchings both coming over.
Well, it's easy to see why he won the most valuable pitcher. He was 2-0 on the mound, made 2 starts over the 8 days in that tournament, threw a 7-inning one-hitter in pool play and a 6-inning one-hitter against the South Charlotte Panthers in the playoffs. So 2 complete game one-hitters.
Picks up the strikeout. 1 down here in the home first inning. As Britton out on strikes in his first at bat.
That's a lively fastball there. Look at the late life on that. First 3 fastballs, 88 miles an hour, but with big late life running into the right-handed hitters.
Batter now Jason Delamar. And Delamar slated to go innings 4, 5, and 6 on the mound. Theopolis, lined up to go 3 for Team Royal. Delamar, a swing and a miss.
We talked briefly last game, Steve, about the progression that you want to see in a pitcher's velocity as he gets older and physically stronger. Happens Theopolis pitched in a event almost exactly 365 days to a year ago to the day here at East Cobb, and was 82-84 on his fastball. Now sitting 88.
Nice catch in center field as that one is hauled in by Wesley Bass.
We talked about Bass's tools. 6'7" runner in the 60, long and lean, and showed his range going deep to left center field. If you asked him, he'd say, I had it all the way.
Didn't look comfortable going back on that ball with his back to the infield. Delamar gave it a ride. Bass able to catch up to it.
You saw Zion Theopolis' reaction when he caught that, both hands in the air, celebrating it.
Dominic Hurley from Cary, North Carolina, his first at bat. Hurley in the outfield. We'll see him at all three outfield positions. Illich for Team White worked a quick and easy first inning. Gave up 2 runs in the second. In the dugout, getting ready for his third inning on the mound.
If you wonder what the skull and crossbones helmet is that Hurley's wearing, that a number of other players have worn, that's a Dirtbags National helmet. Dirtbags, a very, very prominent travel program out of North Carolina. 2-time WWBA world champions.
How many teams play in that event?
It changes a bit every year, but generally about 84.
Okay.
You are always trying to add another team, create a bracket that has another team in it. Generally in the low to mid 80s, but it is by far the most prestigious tournament that we hold during the year, and invitations to the event are hard fought over the course of the year. We have qualifying tournaments where the champion gets an automatic invite. And on your bucket list of baseball things that that we seem to be developing for you here.
Yes, indeed.
Jupiter is there.
Toss over to first base and the runner back in ahead of the tag. That is Josh Gibbs running at first.
No, the sight of he got back there. But the sight of baseball being played on 13 fields at one time with literally maybe 1,000 scouts and college coaches there, every one of them, it seems, in a golf cart. We literally have 300-400 golf carts at the Roger Dean Stadium complex in Jupiter, and it's quite a sight. It's unlike anything else in baseball.
Kai Nee taking care of the fly ball off the bat of Dominic Hurley. Steve Lennox, Dave Ronsley from the 2022 Sophomore National Classic, and we've got an update here with Darren.
Hey, you guys are doing a great job. Keep up the great work. You're a very, very talented group of people. Remember, stay committed to baseball, stay committed to hard work, and stay committed to your goals. And don't forget, the pain of discipline is less than the pain of regret. Purple on 3. 1, 2, 3. Purple. Here we go.
Words of wisdom. Hi there, folks. My name is Darren Sutton, and this is Perfect Team Weekly presented by Rawlings. And this is East Cobb, the great baseball complex, the great amateur baseball complex just outside of Atlanta, Georgia. And on this show, we are focusing from this complex on Perfect Games 2022 Junior National Showcase. 200 plus of the very best 2024 grads in the land. And what a celebration it is when you think of this event.
I don't know whether my favorite part of that promo was listening to the words of wisdom from Frank Foltz that can be taken in any part of life, or the panoramic view of the East Cobb complex showing all the fields. And we're back here on East Cobb 1 for the top of the third inning here at the Sophomore National Showcase. Blake Illich on the mound for his third inning of work.
Gave up 2 runs in the last inning after working an easy first inning. Aiden Kitchings, first batter for Team Royal in the top of the third. And Kitchings takes a breaking ball for a called strike 3.
More of the same here in the third inning from Illich with that curveball that the Royal hitters just haven't been able to solve yet. So Kitchings got a little happy with his front side there, stepping out as he didn't recognize that curveball early enough.
Throw a comp out there for you for Illich. Sometimes I get myself in trouble for these. Sometimes I'll get close. About Jack Leiter.
Well, obviously a lot more physical than Jack Leiter was, even at 15 years, 16 years of old, more physical than Jack Leiter is right now. But Leiter, I literally would see him in outings go 4 innings, and every inning would feature a different pitch. He'd go out in his first inning and, let's say, go throw 80% fastballs. Second inning, 80% curveballs. Third inning, 80% sliders. Fourth inning, 80% changeups. And it was almost like he was toying with pitchers with his ability to throw multiple pitches, whereas Ilitch is just really concentrating on that breaking ball. And he will get it more downer shape to right-handers and more of a slider shape to left-handers at some point. Don't know how much of that's intentional or not.
Kai Nee at the plate. Zion Theophilus was retired on the pop-up. Nee from Westport, Connecticut. Hits this one sharply. And out of the reach of the second baseman, and Nee a 2-out base runner for Team Royal. Good effort by Carter, and Nee reaches with a hit.
I was thinking with that big breaking ball, one of the amazing pitchers right now in Major League Baseball, because he's been doing it for so long with the same formula, and that is Mr. Wainwright from St. Louis.
Yes, indeed. He's on social media, and I guess on his off days at Busch Stadium, he'll go around the ballpark and take photos and share them. It's become, I don't know if he does it daily or weekly, but something, as soon as it's posted or it's up there for a couple of days and I can scroll through, and always interested, taking a look at Adam Wainwright's work.
But yeah, he's been throwing that big breaking curveball for, what is it now, 17, 18 years.
Saw him early on in his pro career in the Brave system in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. His pitching coach at the time, Bruce Del Canton. There's a gentleman you'd love talk pitching with. Wainwright came through the Braves organization before he was traded to the Cardinals, and at the time he came through with a lot of young, talented arms.
And the thing with Wainwright right now is, while you hear talk of retirement, just like as you do with Molina and Pujols, two future Hall of Famers with the Cardinals, Wainwright's still such a good pitcher that it would almost be a shame to see him retire.
His numbers throughout the course of his big league career have certainly been consistent. You're talking about Pujols coming back for one final go around. Molina, this one grounded towards second base. Carter throws out the base runner at first, and Ilitch is through 3, giving up 2 runs along the way.
Yeah, I think I'm going to live with that comp now, the Ilitch to Wainwright. Just looking at Wainwright, 17 years in the big leagues, 3-time All-Star, 40 years old, still one of the best pitchers in baseball. You could argue that his last 3 years are as good as any 3-year stretch he's had in his career. 189 wins, so just 11 short of 200, although those goals don't mean as much and as they may have used to in baseball history, but that would be a great milestone. It's not out of the realm of possibility that he reaches it this year.
Zion Theophilus gets a second inning. Again, he is set to go innings 2, 3, and 4. Struck out 1 and working a scoreless second inning. Jack Bishop went 1 inning for Team Royal. And Theophilus, scoreless frame, throwing 16 pitches total to retire 3 batters. Fastball as high as 88.
Fastball pretty much sat 88 and blew away a couple hitters up in the strike zone.
Team White will start with Mikhail Holden. Holden starting at third base. Young man from Hoover, Alabama. Alabama commit. Perfect game national ranking of 308. Theopolis takes and misses there. Holden touted as the 8th best player for his class in the state of Alabama from perfect game. Overall grade for perfect game of 8. Breaking ball taken for a strike, and the count even now at 2-2. Tied him up there, and Holden out on strikes. Dave, Theopolis, like a couple of pitchers we've seen earlier today, elects to go from the stretch position even with nobody on base.
And
Nash Pierce will get in at bat, his first.
And I've always thought that's a positive for young pitchers. And
what's the reasoning there?
It's just to keep it simple. The most important thing when you're young is to be able to throw strikes. And the easiest way to throw strikes is to keep your delivery as simple as possible. And if you get work from that simple base, and a lot of deliveries you now see in the big leagues that are, quote, from the windup are nothing but really an abbreviated windup from the stretch position. There may be a very short slide step or just really even just a hip turn from a standard, 2 foot together set over the rubber. But again, keeping things simple, because if you're doing anything in your stretch position that's causing you to lose velocity, then there's something wrong with your mechanics as a whole, because your velocity should be just as good from the stretch, ideally, as from the windup.
Pierce on the ground to first base, and handled there by Donovan Jeffrey. You mentioned that Noah Syndergaard comes to mind. Not quite from the stretch when he works with nobody on base, but very similar. And Dave, I'm not even going to say that I'm in the same category, but when I worked with my son's teams and we went over pitching, as this one is charged into center field, as the batter is retired. Identify him real quick here, and that was Josh Gibbs putting a charge into one, and the ball right there to center field. And Damien Gatson, when you work from the stretch, as you kind of twist from the windup facing the hitter, as we take a look at Theopolis here, you just have that motion, but you're ending up in the same spot.
Yeah, the goal is the same, and where some young pitchers, if they're not instructed well or don't have the proper stretch mechanics, they will tend to rush with their lower half, whether it's because they feel conscious of holding runners on or they're just not getting into their hips enough. And if you watch Theopolis, he's getting that hip turn, the hip raise, and he's getting that lower half involved, but you don't have all that extraneous movement that creates variables in your delivery, leading to that balanced hip turn over the rubber and then the drive to home plate. He's had a blowout there, working down the mound. Our new pitcher, Jason Delamar, kind of overstrud on one of those warm-up pitches.
Young man from Fayetteville, Arkansas, is scheduled to pitch the next 3 innings.
Delamar, compact, athletic build, 5'10", 190 pounds. Just turned 16 years old. Plays for the 3-2 Sticks baseball program. Listed here as a primary outfielder, secondary catcher, tertiary right-handed pitcher. So a versatile athlete.
Donovan Jeffrey will go the whole way at first base for Team Royal. And Jeffrey, his second at bat as he starts things off here in the 4th inning. You liked him in BP on Wednesday.
I always like watching Donovan Jeffrey swing the bat because he's so strong. And when you're big and strong like that, the temptation is to have a big and strong power swing. But Jeffrey has been well coached, and it's a very short swing. It's like he knows he doesn't need to take a full swing to put a charge into the ball.
Ethan Kloss at shortstop. Jonathan Coombs now stands in. Matha Catholic High School in Maryland. And Coombs now with the count of a ball and a strike. To see where Chester, Virginia is for Donovan Jeffrey. Because there are different parts of Virginia that have terrific amateur baseball talent. Chesapeake area comes to mind. This one hit sharply back through the middle of the diamond. And Coombs aboard with a base hit against Jason Delamar.
I suspect we don't have up-to-date information in our PG database on Delamar. We had him topping out at 83, and that was last year. But we also have him pitching in the 15U PG National Select Championship in Dallas in Tomball, Texas last week. No velocities up for that event yet, but Delamar's been 89-91 so far in his fastball. So he's taken a big jump over the last year on the mound. Topping out at 83 at this time last year, and has already hit 91 so far today.
McCluskey at the plate. And a fake from first base. McCluskey with a double in his first at bat, that in the second inning against Illich, and he came in to score. His run made it 2-0. That one goes to the backstop. The runner will move up. As Coombs now in scoring position.
It was easy to see on that Delamar rushed that pitch from the stretch. He was worried about the runner who faked going before, so he had a quick slide step, and his arm never got in a position to execute that pitch. Took his time a little more on that one. Sometimes young pitchers are guilty of worrying about the runners a bit too much. The runner doesn't have a bat in his hand.
McCluskey down the right field line. And he's on base with his second hit. And scoring is Coombs from second. And McCluskey now 2 for 2, a single, double, run batted in, and a run scored.
Both his
Making
hits
it look easy.
Yeah, both of his hits to the opposite field. And that's kind of an inside swing path. There's some intent there to go the other way, but it's a well-controlled swing. Remember the first time up, McCluskey drove the ball over the right fielder's head for a ground rule double.
Now we've got the first baseman losing his cap, Taylor Tracy. Here's Wesley Bass. Bass is 0 for 1, struck out swinging in his first at bat. Pitch prior to that took one up and in from Illich that knocked his helmet off. They checked on him. He was okay and stayed in the game and is still in there. Lines this one third base side, and it is a foul ball.
Bass also has made really the defensive play of the game so far, tracking down a deep fly ball in left center field near the warning track and making it look easy.
And he is out on strikes for the second time, this time caught looking. Batter now Thomas O'Connell. He is 1 for 1 with a single. Also picked up an RBI. That one gets away. And the runner moves up to second base. That is McCluskey. And now McCluskey is going to come off the field, the catcher. Run scores on that one. So that makes it 3-0 now.
McCluskey undoubtedly coming out of the game so he can get his catcher's gear on a bit early. Take a breath.
Donovan Jeffrey runs for him. Pardon me, Dave, at second base. Strike right near the belt.
And getting back to the working out of the stretch, working out of the windup, and some pitchers not doing as much, whether because they're rushing, not getting into their lower half as much. Delamar was 89-91 from the windup. Got a runner on base, now working out of the stretch more, 86-87. And you can see with his stretch position, and you know he's young to pitching. He's a primary third baseman listed still in the database. But you see his build, 5'10", 190 pounds, and that big lower half. A lot of his velocity is coming from that lower half, and from the stretch, he's not really getting his hips turned at all. He's just moving straight to the plate without getting that big, strong lower half into his mechanics. And as he goes on and gets more instruction and learns to be consistent using that lower half from the stretch, it won't be an 84, 86, 87 from the stretch. It will be his true fastball velocity that gets from the windup.
And we take a look at Jason Delamar as he wraps up his first inning on the mound.
And he did flash some pretty good breaking balls too, so it's just not a power arm. There was some touch and some hard spin to that breaking ball.
'22 Sophomore National Showcase, our final game of our 3 on the scheduled Thursday. 3 more tomorrow beginning at 8 a.m. Eastern. Players from the previous 2 games with the rest of the day off, as we see Gabriel Winans now on the hill for Team Royal.
Both these teams going to the secondary pitchers pretty early. I'm sure there's a reason for that. We'll see probably a couple primaries tomorrow. Maybe it's a matter of rest from their last outing this weekend or earlier this week.
Theopolis went 2 innings, struck out 2, did not allow a hit or a run. through 26 total pitches. Fastball was at 88 miles an hour. Top velocity was 86, 88. 75, 76 with the curveball. Also 76, 77 with the slider.
Winans, I'm pretty sure, was invited to this event through his performance at the Sunshine, Texas Showcase up in the Dallas Metroplex, May 28th and 29th. Showed out all over the field as an infielder, a hitter, also as a pitcher. Worked 83 to 87 with a curveball and a changeup.
Jalen Fox stands in. Fox from Sanford, Florida. Seminole High School. Perfect game. Top 1,000. Good breaking ball there, in for a called strike. And another pitch taken for a called strike 3. So Fox is out of there and one down.
A curveball, very effective. Creating some really big shape with that.
Carson Quillen was behind the plate for the first 3 innings. Now, I believe Cole Gilmore back there for the next 4. Then Quillen will get the last 2. Julian Carter stands in for Team White. Julian Carter from Sandy Springs, Georgia, Riverwood High School. Perfect game national ranking of 395. Pitch just missing a little upstairs. Julian Carter at 6 foot, 160 pounds, 6.69 in the 60. 89 off the bat. Share his college interest in one school right now, Arizona State. And we have a ghost runner here. Fastballs the rest of the way for this at bat for Carter. Runner goes, pitch hit hard in the air to right center field. As Carter putting a charge into this one. And he's going to go to second and stop there. As the runner comes all the way around from first base to score. And that is Jalen Fox. Good piece of hitting right there. Carter showing some pop.
And power to the opposite field. It was a fastball count and a mature bit of hitting, just wasn't looking to turn on the ball, and obviously has some bat speed there, driving it to the right center field fence.
Team White on the board against Gabriel Winans. And Taylor Tracy, his first at bat. Should be close to going back to the top, and Joshua Campbell. Fly ball, well hit, left field. And making the catch is a left fielder, Coombs.
Damn, I thought I just off the end.
And you hear that right there from Taylor Tracy, just off the end. He gave it to us right there.
And Tracy's got a big 6'5" build and a lifting swing with that uppercut approach, and he'll tell you he just missed that one.
Cole Gilmore at the plate. Late addition to the white roster.
I'm pretty sure Cole Gilmore didn't know yesterday at this time that he was going to be playing in the PG Sophomore National Showcase, but a catcher on the white team.
Breaking ball and a strike. Throw down to third base. Out at third. With Aiden Kitchings taking the throw from the catcher. And Thomas O'Connell now behind the plate, I believe.
This was
Trying to
real
see the
easy.
1-9.
Got out from behind Gilmore at the plate real early with his feet. And after that, it's a pretty easy throw down to third base. And we'll continue on Cole Gilmore a little bit when he leads off next inning.
I hope to get seen, let people know about me, about myself.
Trying to open some eyes from some colleges. I was hoping to get more exposure, and I have accomplished that so far.
My name is Cade Lanehorse, Andy Perez.
Adonis Smith.
My name is Eric Cha, and I'm at the Junior National Showcase.
Hoping to open some eyes.
The commitment is like, you kind of wait for it and you get a little anxious, but you know it's going to come because your hard work is going to always pay off. I know today what I have to do to be successful and leave with a positive mindset of that I came here and did what I needed to do.
Clouds above the ballpark, field number 1 at the East Cobb Complex in Marietta, Georgia. Hearing from the players, over 160 players in this year's Junior National Showcase yet to commit to colleges or universities. Darren Sutton talked with a handful of those players about what their commitment process has looked like so far, what they have experienced, and what they were hoping to accomplish this past week. And again, the debut of the latest episode of Perfect Game Weekly following this game a little later this afternoon on perfectgame.tv. Jason Delamar for Team White. Back on the mound, Damian Gadsden has to duck out of the way of that first pitch. And Jackson looks at a strike. In the air, short left field. And closing quickly to make the catch right there. Left fielder Jalen Fox. Or was it? Give me a number there. Nope. Gabriel Winans on the mound and again at the plate. Winans is 0 for 1. He struck out in his first at bat. Winans out of there as he goes down on strikes. Jason Delamar has done a nice job settling in.
Just working fast, throwing strikes. That last fastball, 88 miles an hour. So again, kind of the key for Delamar is staying out of the windup because his stuff is so much better out of the windup right now. Obviously throwing strikes with it. 89 on that fastball.
Hayden Kitching struck out in his first at bat. Down, no balls and 2 strikes. And he's out of there on strikes. Impressive inning from Jason Delamar.
Kind of a no contest. Good morning, good evening, good night type of inning there. You see, working the fastball, a little slider there, with a strike, another slider. Then just come with the upper 80s heat.
So Delamar now in the dugout, gets the water bottle. And back out on the mound for the bottom half of the 5th inning, Gabriel Winans, who is scheduled to go 2. Theopolis we were expecting to see him for a 3rd inning. That did not happen. So Winans getting the 4th and now the 5th inning. We'll see if they extend him or not.
His pitch that first inning of work was that big breaking curveball that he landed so well. Between 72 and 77 miles an hour, so I had some power to it.
What are the conversations like, Dave, for a pitcher in terms of coming here and, how far can we extend you? How far can you go? And, ultimately I think the best, it's always pays to be honest, and the pitcher has to do that and may want to go more than everyone anticipates and has to understand there's more bullets to be thrown down the road.
Yeah. And the first question you ask any pitcher is, when's the last time you threw? How much did you throw? When are you scheduled to throw next? Because the last thing you want to do is ask a pitcher for a showcase game, to throw more innings than he's comfortable throwing.
Thomas O'Connell behind the plate, taking care of that one. One batter, one quick out.
And it's a testament to how these pitchers have thrown today. There hasn't been an inning called because of pitch count.
No.
And it's not an uncommon thing in a normal showcase game let's say a 9-inning game, as that ball's popped foul. For the Perfect Game scouts behind the home plate for 18 half innings, 9-inning game to maybe, end 3 or 4 of them early in just a normal game, just because we don't want the pitchers, and especially younger pitchers, working too high in their pitch counts.
Winans retiring. Cole Gilmore now facing Gonzalez. Brandon Gonzalez at the plate.
And we try to limit it to about 25 pitches an inning. If a pitcher's got 2 outs or facing his 5th hitter and he's there in the mid-20s, we want him to finish off the hitter, but he won't face another hitter at that point.
$25 to me is a good number, because you start getting in the upper 20s and even hit 30 for a pitcher at any level, and you're all of a sudden in sort of danger territory, and those warning signals almost go off as you see that number for one particular inning.
Yeah, and you're not doing – and the purpose of the showcase, of course, is the evaluation, and you're not going to learn anything about a pitcher when he's in that high of a pitch count, and it also probably means that he struggled a bit anyway, as Gonzalez drives this deep to left center field.
That hits off the warning track and off the wall, just to the left of the 365 sign. And Brandon Gonzalez, a ringing double.
Got into a fastball in the middle of the plate. And we'll see Gonzalez on the mound later, primary right-handed pitcher, but obviously some talent in the bat as well.
Yeah, what I liked earlier in our previous two games, we saw a couple of pitchers get to the third inning and had to battle and had to reach back for a little bit more. Not in terms of throwing the ball harder or anything, but just trying to gut it out to get through that third inning, and they were able to get a third out before they ran that pitch count up there, faced a fifth batter that was able to extend the inning. Sharply hit but foul outside of third base. And Joshua Campbell at the plate for his second at bat. Campbell 0 for 1, does have a run scored. Breaking ball pulled on the ground and through the left side. Gonzalez to third, and he will hold up there. And Campbell on base with a hit.
They just found the hole there on the left side.
Right field, the catch is made. And did they get the out at first base? As Campbell, you heard back. And the out recorded as Donovan Jeffrey took the throw from the right fielder. I believe that was Bass right there. Let's look again. No, Gatson in right field, I believe.
Ball very well hit by Ethan Kloss.
And
Jeffrey's had a couple of those plays where maybe a little bit of casualness comes into play, but in both cases it worked out okay.
Ball popped out of his glove. I'm sure that heartbeat was just a little bit faster for a couple of pumps, and was able to secure the out as they were able to double off Campbell at first base.
Now, that being a force play at first base, it looked like the runner might have touched home plate before the out was made at first, but that being a force out at first, the run wouldn't count, would it? Or would it? You understand where I'm going with that?
I do. I don't know that he crossed.
It looked awfully close, let's put it that way. And in a regular game, I'm just wondering if that's even a factor, since it was a force play at first base. Just trying to umpire here, and I'm not really sure of the answer. We need to have, like on those basketball broadcasts, and I think they have baseball broadcasts too, where you have the
third.
We need the official in New York to interpret some of the calls. No, we decidedly do not need that.
Jason Delamar goes to work here in the top of the sixth inning.
Delamar had it so easy. I don't know. I think he was scheduled for 3. You have the list, but his second inning was so easy. Almost seems natural for him to come out for a third inning of work.
Yes, and he was scheduled for 3. This would be his final one.
And
Taylor Tracy is set to go the final 3. Or projected at least right now.
And it's definitely a change will have to be made in Jason Delamar's profile, listed as a primary outfielder right now, but I think just here in the last year, his career path in baseball may have changed from a primary outfielder to a primary right-handed pitcher, and that's how he's being treated right now with the 3 innings, is just going with Mr. 1, the fastball again, blowing away Theopolis.
Kind knee at the plate, chases a pitch just a little bit up. Knee from Westport, Connecticut. Left-handed pitcher and an outfielder. Not on our list of pitchers today, so we could possibly see him tomorrow. Loomis Chaffee School. Plays for Clubhouse, Connecticut, his travel team. Played in the WWBA Sophomore Worlds in September of last year. Grandfather Walt Morris Sr. played quarterback at Vanderbilt. And Nia base runner with one down here in the 6th inning. Against Delamar as we see Pierce at third. Mason Pike stands in for Team Royal.
Now, the ball hasn't really found Pike in the field yet this game. One of the top defensive middle infielders in the 25 class, and some games the ball doesn't find you.
0-2 on Mason Pike.
That looked like a change up there to Pike. No, fastball. But again, Delamar losing some velocity out of the stretch, and I'm going to send him a message right now, or he and his people, to go back and look at the video from this game as Pike dribbles that into right field.
And the Oregon State University commit will stop right there. Base hit coming with 2 strikes in the at-bat.
But I'm going to ask the Delamar people, ask Jason himself to go back and look at the video and look at when he was pumping 89, 91. Look at his 2nd inning where he just blew away 3 hitters with the fastball, and look at the difference in his hip action. And even early in the 3rd inning here, he wasn't using that lower half as much, but certainly from the stretch, really not using it all. And that's where his power comes from, are those big, strong hips. You know, some pitchers get their velocity from that whippy arm. He gets it from that strong lower half.
Jeffrey lines one in the left center field. Out of the reach of the diving center fielder, Wade Shelley. And falling down, Jeffrey, as he was rounding second base. It's going to play 2. As Mason Pike raced all the way around, and Jeffrey perhaps hoping no one saw that around second base.
No, everybody saw it. Donovan's on TV even. I think Donovan was thinking inside the park home run, actually, which is the natural thing to think when an outfielder dives for a ball. But the sniper got him going around second base, as we say in baseball, and he's going to have to be happy with a double.
Jonathan Coombs stands in. Coombs chases a pitch up in the zone. Coombs a base hit and has also struck out in his 2 at-bats. Scored a pair of runs. That's what it says on the box score right now, as Jeffrey takes his lead off of second. Slow roller towards first base. And the out recorded. And Jeffrey moves up to third. They did not list a first baseman for the 6th inning, I don't believe. Nope, don't see one.
That was Brandon Gonzalez over there.
Okay. There we go. Nope, that's right. I got to look all the way down at the end of the sheet. Thank you. Reagan McCluskey at the plate. And McCluskey trying to keep a perfect day going. Double and a single in his 2 at-bats so far. Both times going to the opposite field.
And once going to the opposite field with authority and carry.
Rounds this one up the middle. And fielded by the shortstop, Ethan Britton. And that brings an end to the 6th inning. Gonzalez, the first baseman, take care of that one. And we take a look again at Jason Delamar.
Nice play by Britton. Also a nice play by our umpire getting out of the way. Take our final look at Delamar and just how much he has improved from this time last year when a primary outfielder throwing up to 83 and now a primary pitcher up to 91 with command and a pretty good breaking ball and a very bright future on the mound.
So Team White coming to the plate in the home 6th inning. And we'll now see Mason Pike on the mound for Team Royal. Gabriel Winans, 2 innings, 3 hits, no runs, a strikeout, 24 total pitches, and 62% for strikes. 85 was his top velocity with the fastball. Through 5 innings, Bishop went the first inning. Theopolis went 2. Winans, trying to do the quick math here, and I'll get in trouble for that each and every time. But the 3 of them combining for 66 total pitches. And the pitching continues to be the theme over our first day of games. This is the 3rd of 3 on the slate for the 2022 Sophomore National Showcase at the East Cobb Complex in Marietta, Georgia. As Pike scheduled for 1 inning. They'll have to pick up an inning somewhere on our list of pitchers. Theopolis was scheduled to go 3.
Pike not even listed as a secondary pitcher on his profile, but did have a nice outing earlier in the year at the 15U PG West MLK Championships back in January. Through 6 innings, allowed only 1 hit, which got him a place on the all-tournament team. Playing for New Level Baseball. Topped out at 86 in that outing, 72 curveball, 79 slider, 76 changeup. Here's the big curveball, leaves it up.
Quillen looking for his first hit at the plate. On the ground, third base. Aiden Kitchings over at third, and across the way Donovan Jeffrey. 2 corner infielders, looks like they're on the slate to go the entire game at their positions. Hitter now is Ethan Britton. And a fastball taken for strike 1. Mason Pike again, scheduled to go 1 inning. Britton do commit, as we touched on earlier, and finds himself down in the count, no balls and 2 strikes.
And Pike doing it real easy. 87, 89 on the fastball. Not a lot of effort into it. Big breaking ball. Kind of looks like he's having fun out on the mound.
I was thinking last night after we went off, a lot of these players, we've seen the smiles, but very businesslike in understanding the situation that they're in. All eyes on them, the cameras. Here's a ground ball towards shortstop. And a toss over to first base by Winans. See if we get the camera on the shortstop right there. And it is Winans. So Winans has moved around. Second on the mound, and now it's short. But they're certainly not going to be as loose and carefree as they would be, certainly with their high school varsity teams. But the game is about fun, so do you see a nice mix of that, where they're here to be noticed and open up some eyes perhaps, but also have that fun side?
Well, I've been around this group, as I said at the top, fairly often, and I can guarantee you they have fun off the field. It was a very loose group last year in Fort Myers, where so many of these players played in the 14U Festival, including Mason Pike. But I think we're seeing what happens on the field, and we're not seeing what's happening in the dugout. I think if we saw the dugout, we'd see that's where we'd see the fun really happening, the chatter back and forth between the players, and the real looseness and enjoyment of just being here and playing baseball.
That one got Delamar, and I think it got the catcher, O'Connell, as well, so we'll have a runner here. O'Connell behind the plate. Throw out a base runner earlier at third. Looks like he'll get a couple of innings off from behind the plate, then go back there for the ninth. As Delamar, defensive swing there, and able to spoil it foul.
The catcher's work is never done.
No. And he might be down in the bullpen. We don't know. Getting another arm loose. Strikeout right there for Mason Pike. And Pike's certainly impressive in this inning of work.
Very impressive. And like I said, not even listed as a pitcher, but up to 90 to the last hitter. So the arm strength's definitely there. Arm strength's going to serve him very well at shortstop in the future, but always nice to see how athletic these young players are.
Now we learn. Now we learn, because when we talk with a great rider and scout like Jeremy Brown, we understand the impact of this Junior National Showcase. So I'm going to put you right to work if you don't mind. And let's start with a couple of gifted left-handed pitchers. Drew Graham from Ohio, he's uncommitted, which is interesting, and Coleman Mayfield, Oklahoma State commit. Let's talk about those two.
So these are two lefties we've seen since 14U. I mean, Coleman Mayfield was dominant at the 14U WWBA a couple years back, ultimately earned a selection to the Select Festival. Up to 90, lefty, loose, long, everything you want. He just check, all the adjectives. Breaking ball, changeup, strikes, it just goes on. Then Drew Graham, we didn't see him until after the Select Festival. The freshman WWBA down in Florida, he comes out, he continues to make that jump. He was up to 90. We only got to see him for an inning. He got an extra batter to make sure we could fully evaluate him. And changeup, fastball, breaking ball, we saw his glove. His glove says 95 or die now. He says he used to have one that said 90 or die. He hit that 90. Now he's going for that 95, and I think that's coming in the next year or two.
Darren Sutton with Perfect Games, Jeremy Brown. Jeremy joining Darren on our latest edition of Perfect Game Weekly, which will air immediately following the completion of this game on perfectgame.tv. Jeremy will share his thoughts on the 11 players that stood out for him for the 2022 Junior National Showcase that wrapped up on Wednesday with 2 games. And Taylor Tracy is on the mound, and he is slated to go the final 3 innings for Team White. And the ball dropped, and I believe the out indication there from our base umpire. With Gonzalez over there in foul territory.
We've seen Tracy at first base and also at the plate hitting. Now we get to see him on the mound where he is a primary pitcher. He's not giving us much a chance with the throwing strikes right from the bat. Ball's lined into left field for a base hit.
O'Connell, a base runner here in the 7th inning for Team Royal.
I can come back and get it if I'm out.
Tracy, a 6'5", 180-pounder from Austin, Texas, goes to Dripping Springs High School.
Pop up, center field. And Dominic Hurley in center field. We saw Hurley earlier in the game in left. He'll play on the corner and right for the 9th inning.
What do we have here? 3 pitches, 3 swings so far.
Winans, we have seen him on the mound and up the middle at second and short. And they're going up there hacking. Tracy's going to fill up the strike zone. Swing the bat. Winans into right center field. Will make the turn. The throw comes to third base. And O'Connell to his feet, but he's going to stay right there. Winans will take second base. Nice job of running by Thomas O'Connell as we take a look at Winans.
Winans, another player that's been all over the field, pitching at shortstop, now swinging the bat well.
Pierce, the shortstop, taking the cutoff from the center fielder. And trying to get the out as Hurley got the ball back in. Aiden Kitchings with a corner situation. And 2 down. Taylor Tracy again making quick work, getting 2 quick outs on a limited number of pitches, now in a jam with runners at second and third.
This is the 5th hitter of the inning. I did see Zion Theopolis on deck, but unlikely to hit this inning.
And we'll see if Tracy here can complete the at-bat, get the out, and leave the 2 runners on base. That one goes all the way to the backstop. And coming in to score for Team Royal is Damian Gatson. And now Winans, the runner, at third base. And Tracy misses up and away. And we'll have a base runner here for Team Royal.
Either Tracy wanted to throw more pitches this inning, or we jinxed him. Do you believe in the jinxing?
I believe in telling the story. The pitcher has not given up a base runner of any kind through 5, 6, 7 innings. There's nothing I'm going to do with a headset on and a microphone that's going to jinx what's going on the diamond. I believe it was Lindsey Nelson who said, if what I say affects what's going on in the field, then I need to be paid more money.
We had a 3-inning passive-aggressive battle at the All-American Classic last year, mostly with Darren Sutton and Hunter Pence, because I can't remember which team was throwing a no-hitter into the 9th inning. And Darren wanted to talk about it, and Hunter Pence, being a player, absolutely did not want to talk about it. And I'm literally sitting between them in the booth, and in between innings, they're going back and forth on this. And Darren's like, my job's to tell you what's going on in the field. And Hunter's like, no, you can't talk about it.
Well, you've already talked about it, right? What's the matter if you're live with a microphone or not on the microphone? Hunter's already talked about it. He's saying don't do it.
In between innings.
Right. You've talked about it.
Darren found every way to talk about it without actually saying the word no-hitter. Darren did not say the word no-hitter until the 9th inning.
What do I have to say to convince you guys? The 6th runner, the 6th hitter rather.
And we're still going over Ghost
He was 2 innings ago. I was listening to Frank Foltz between innings, and he was like, the 6th hitter is the first runner. You're not going to hit. What do I have to tell you?
We can't have that. Cannot have that. This is a TV game. You people are showing me up. Don't do that again. Know who the sixth guy is each inning and do it the right way.
The smile on my face right now.
I don't think they're going to do it again for the remainder of this game or tomorrow. I think the message was sent, yes, we heard that, and I think it was received.
They're going to be in their travel team game next weekend, and if two of them are on the same team, it's going to be, hey, who's the sixth hitter this inning? We don't have to worry about that anymore.
We want the sixth hitter to come to the plate. But he made a good point. The sixth hitter is not going to come to the plate in the inning. That's the batter in the lineup. You have to figure out where it is and who's going to lead off as we see Donovan Jeffrey making his way from first base to the pitcher's mound here for the last half of the seventh inning.
Jeffrey struck out 28 in 17 innings last year, so some experience on the mound as a secondary pitcher. It's been up to 84. Threw 90 from first base in drills yesterday, so you know the arm strength is there.
90 from first base. What's that telling you from the scout's perspective?
That is for first baseman. That is, especially for a first baseman that is not a pitcher, is elite level. Sometimes you'll see a primary pitcher with a big fastball throw that in first base drills. But what it tells me is that Donovan Jeffrey should be playing the outfield. He has 6'4" speed. He has a 90-mile-an-hour throwing arm from first base. That his athleticism might be being wasted on a lot of teams playing first base, and that I've never seen. There's no record here in the Perfect Game database of him ever working out in the outfield at a showcase. He may play some outfield, for Manchester High School or the Padres scout team or such. But I'd like to see him play a lot more outfield or third base even, down the road, because taking that bat that he has, coupling it with the athleticism, it's just not a first base equation.
Team White hitting here in the home seventh inning. So let's see if we can figure out who the sixth batter would be. It's not necessarily easy with the running box score. Dominic Hurley, the first batter. So you've got Hurley, Holden, Pierce, Gibbs, Fox. So that means Julian Carter would be on notice. We're paying attention to that as we're in our third game. And I'll say Dave is working his third day with me, Steve Banta, our director, and our crew, hearing my voice continuously. I'm sure little sleep, completion of the previous 2 days. But my voice isn't inside there between their ears too much, and you, Dave, are included in that.
Well, I can attest from past experience that Steve Banta does not need a lot of sleep. He may want a lot more sleep than he gets, and being based out of Southern California, he's getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning to get everything set up as it is.
Hurley 0 for 1. Hits this one hard, right to third. Throw back to first base, gets away. Hurley is out on the liner to third base. And there he is, Julian Carter, the ghost runner, moving up to second. Aiden Kitchens tried for the double play, and Carter almost doubled off.
Good job, Coach Steve. You can be Coach Foltz's assistant. Bench coach. Get those kids organized.
Well, like we said, message received.
Okay, but who's the next ghost runner? Should
it be Taylor Tracy?
But he's pitching. You're not going to have that
pitching,
happen.
right? So then Cole Gilmore, I think, would be on notice. As we've got Mikhail Holden at the plate. Don't think those first three hitters breathe a sigh of relief. Towards third and down the line. That will plate the runner Carter. And scampering back to the bag, Holden aboard with a hit and picks up a run batted in.
But Gilmore's not going to ghost run because he is your catcher, backup catcher, but your first string catcher is going to go pitch for the Royal team.
See, we're now making the argument for the players and the confusion perhaps on their part, or just not paying attention to detail right now. But I'm not going in the dugout and giving that explanation to Coach. You have the rapport. Go right ahead. And you are there, so I'm out.
I once asked Frank. Frank hits all the infield for our showcases in the Atlanta area, and I once asked him to work a little slower during infield so I'd have more time to take notes.
How'd that go over?
It didn't go over very well at all. I was later told what Frank's reply was after I shouted the request across the field, and you saw the general tone from the dugout talk he gave the players.
So he didn't give it to you directly, and he didn't give a stare as his response.
He just kept hitting him at his own pace.
More traffic on the bases, and out at third base is Holden.
Nice throw there by O'Connell. Nice tag there by Kitchings, getting it right there in front of the base. O'Connell's thrown out a couple runners on the bases under different circumstances.
He has.
Oh.
We'll get a camera over there. As Pierce is the hitter. Again, at this point, hey, we got the first couple. We got Julian Carter.
But then it got complicated.
It did get complicated. That sixth batter was no longer in play. See if we can get a peek over at first.
25. That's Jason Delamar.
Okay.
Who must have been on the list right after Cole Gilmore.
And Delamar is in the lineup, but he's far from number 6 or behind.
Well, we already went through Tracy. We already went through Gilmore.
Then you have Gonzalez and Illich.
Those are both
not
pitchers.
Been on the bases, right?
Yeah, Illich may not even be in uniform anymore. He
right.
pitched the first few innings.
So we skip past the top of the lineup, and Campbell, Kloss, Quillen, Shelley, and Britton. Throw down to first base to complete the strikeout. And Donovan Jeffrey is out of the 7th inning.
Well, that was Gonzalez. Not Delamar. Pardon me. The 25
okay.
and the 26 confused
So we were at
me.
the end. Okay.
Jeffrey.
That was playful. That was a playful half inning for us.
Jeffrey didn't show the 90-mile-an-hour arm strength, more 81, 82, but pitched effectively enough.
Jeffrey for the 8th inning. Jeffrey topped out at 82 miles an hour. In his first inning, gave up a hit and a strikeout. And Dave, again, he retired the first two hitters. He did just a couple of pitches, but then ran into a little trouble. And eventually worked out of it and faced the maximum 5 hitters. Topped out at 82 miles an hour Zion Theopolis is hitless in 2 at-bats. Hit that one sharply. A little indecisive there on a check swing. Could get the barrel out. Good pitch there from Taylor Tracy. Came in, then went away with back-to-back pitches. And Theopolis able to stay alive.
Favoring the breaking ball in this left versus left matchup.
Misses off the corner that time. Carson Quillen, believe back behind the plate for the final 2 innings. I think that's Quillen's hair.
No, I think that is Cole Gilmore. Quillen, as you mentioned earlier, I think is supposed to, isn't he supposed to?
Quillen, yes, yeah,
the
okay.
top of the 9th inning.
Right. He's on the list here for Team White with the defensive chart behind the plate. But yes, good call there. Thank you.
So that'd be Cole Gilmore behind the plate, and wanted to finish the Cole Gilmore story as he completes that strikeout there. But what happened is a catcher for the white team wasn't available to come at the last minute, so the white team was left with only one catcher, which is an untenable situation in a 3-day showcase, obviously, especially when Quillen is a secondary pitcher as well. So what happens in those situations at showcases is we contact through the coaches a local catcher to come and play. Obviously somebody with the talent level to represent themselves. And Cole Gilmore plays for the Home Plate Chili Dogs organization, which Lloyd Thompson, our long-term coach and the GOAT BP pitcher, happened to be the founder of the Home Plate Chili Dogs. So I'm sure what we did is, hey, Lloyd, you have a catcher you can get up here who'd like to play the next 2 days and can do the job. And thus, Cole Gilmore, I'm sure, was called yesterday afternoon and is here playing on national TV as a result of it.
Need a couple of hits in his first 2 at-bats. Out on strikes against Taylor Tracy here in the 8th inning. You never know when that phone call is going to come, or that text or email. Mason Pike. 1 inning on the mound and a strikeout through 14 pitches. And a base hit in 3 at-bats. Tracy lost the glove, and Pike into center field for a hit, his second.
Just Charlie Browned him on the mound there with the line drive up the middle, undressed him.
Trying to shrug it off. This is where he ran into a little bit of trouble in the last inning, getting the first couple of outs and then base runners. Donovan Jeffrey stands in. Jeffrey a base hit, a double, and 2 runs batted in. Runner goes, throw down to second base. And interference at the plate. We heard the explanation from the umpire.
And while that's the call in a regular game, we're going to keep everybody out there because we need our minimum of 3 hitters.
And they do want the runner, Pike, to go back.
Gilmore showing his skills. He got rid of that ball fast and still almost threw out Pike running despite Jeffrey obstructing his throw.
And they will keep Pike at second base. Left center field, well hit. And this one is going to go for extra bases for Jeffrey. His second extra base hit of the game. Pike scores. And Jeffrey at second base. Calls for time.
And you see
Nice
why
and easy.
why I mentioned Jeffrey right at the top of the broadcast. So strong, but such a simple and short swing, and he's letting his barrel do the talking there because he's maximizing those barrels, and you see his strength, 2 doubles this game. And I think that will be because of the third out on the catcher's interference and keeping Jeffrey at the plate to fulfill the minimum hitter rule. That will be the inning for Tracy.
And we will go to the bottom of the 8th inning. As we take a look at Taylor Tracy.
Had his most success working with that angle from left-handed side, especially the left-handed pitchers, or hitters, excuse me. That sweeping breaking ball.
Team Royal taking the field for the bottom half of the 8th inning.
And there indeed is Carson Quinlan on the mound. Member of the white team pitching for the Royal.
See if we have info with the bio on Quillen, but you mentioned, football player, and I wonder if he's been a fullback or in the backfield or even a linebacker in the past. A little build to him.
Well, very young for his age, too. Just turned 15 years old. Was a 12U Select Festival player in 2020 and a 2021 13U Select Festival. So has been playing up as a 2025 now and would be eligible for the 14U Select Festival this year, whereas most of these other 2025s went through that age bracket last year, so very young. Still plays for the Canes National 14U team. So despite that strong build, one of the younger players at this showcase.
Quillen again pitching for Team Royal and facing teammates from Team White. Introducing himself perhaps to his teammates. I'm sure plenty of these guys, if one time or another, just before game got underway, as this one is into right center field off the bat of Gibbs. And a nice catch as that one is hauled in. Center fielder Coombs.
Gibbs drove that a long way, and Coombs ran a long way and almost overran it there. Almost looked like he had to reach behind himself to catch that, but good glove work there by the two sports standout.
Jalen Fox gets his second at bat.
Our catcher wore that one. Umpire buying him a few seconds to check and see if he's okay.
Fox struck out in his first at bat. Carson Quillen fires another strike, jumps in front of ball and 2 strikes.
Quinlan struck out 33 hitters in 20 innings last year in PG play, only allowing 9 hits, so plenty of experience on the mound.
And ball 4, so a runner for Team White.
I dread this.
It's not Quillen, not available.
It appears to have transpired smoothly this time.
Well, Julian Carter was on the ball in the last inning for Team White. Right field line, angling over. And making the catch is Kai Nee. That'll bring up Julian Carter.
Carter drove a ball hard up the right center field gap last time up for a double.
On the ground, shortstop. They get the force out at second, ending the bottom half of the 8th inning. So Quillen does a nice job in the 8th inning, and we'll go to the 9th for our final game of day number 1 of games at the 2022 Sophomore National Showcase.
We welcome you back to Perfect Game Weekly. We're presented by Rawlings, having a blast at the Junior National Showcase here at beautiful East Cobb. And a couple of gentlemen, as a matter of fact, gentlemen we've known since they were Select Festival athletes, right? Michael Molinax and right next to him, Derek Curiel. These are the top 2 position players in the class of 2024. The concept of a showcase, right? I've talked to major league players that have gone through these showcases, guys, and they make it clear. When you take batting practice with no turtle over your head, when everybody's watching you, it's almost like having a major league at bat. How have you taken this in, and how exciting is it to be here?
It's really exciting to be here. Obviously, there's a lot of top 2024s here, and it's just cool to be able to talk to the guys that are from 1,000 miles away from you, and just seeing the talent that everyone has just to keep pushing you to work harder. I think it's pretty cool.
And again, we'll remind you that our latest edition of Perfect Game Weekly with Darren Sutton coming up immediately following this game. As we're in the top of the 9th inning, Jeremy Brown, Perfect Games National Director for the 13 and 14U Player Development and Festivals, joins Darren. Get a look and the thoughts from Jeremy on this last week for the Junior National Showcase. Taylor Tracy back out there for his 3rd inning. Faced the maximum in his last inning and has allowed 2 runs, 1 earned. He has struck out 3, 34 total pitches. That number might be off now. Blake Gillich impressed over 2 2/3. Gave up an earned run in his outing. And this one into left center field. And Team Royal with the bats going here.
Jonathan Coombs showed us his speed and range in center field last inning. Shows us his barrel skills at the plate. Leading off here in the top of the 9th.
And we're to the top of the lineup where we've seen Pike, Donovan Jeffrey, and now Coombs with 4 at-bats. Reagan McCloskey has had a strong game with a couple of hits, including a double, has an RBI. Husky has shown the ability to go the opposite field. Rounds this one back up the middle. They look to turn two, and they do. Thought the shortstop right there, I believe Nash Pierce, could have taken the ball to the bag himself.
I thought the
Julian
same
Carter.
thing. Thought the same thing, but it was still done efficiently, and McCluskey just hit that too hard in the wrong place.
And it was Carter who got that going. Wesley Bass. Go get a home-cooked meal after this one is over from Marietta, Georgia. Bass off the end of the bat and fouled on the first base side. And a nice job by Taylor Tracy. Got the ground ball double play and works a scoreless top of the ninth inning.
And I think
I
I just
believe
heard.
we are complete.
Yes. I think I heard somebody yell ball game, and with authority.
We saw Quillen go. He was scheduled for the ninth inning. Pitcher earlier in the game did not go what was scheduled for 3 innings, so that bumped everyone up. And with the pitchers done, that is a wrap for us. Dave, we've got one more day, and we saw some terrific pitching for day one of games from this Sophomore National Showcase.
We saw some terrific pitching, and it was across the board. And even when it wasn't the upper 80s sharp breaking ball, it was strikes, and just the maturity of the pitchers really stood out across the board. But there were the offensive highlights. We talked about Christian De Los Santos earlier, but this game, Donovan Jeffrey, one of my favorite hitters in this 25 class, really showed with the bat. A couple of doubles.
Dave, we will talk to you. Dave, we will talk to you tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your Thursday. And a reminder, coming up next on PerfectGame.tv, Darren Sutton explores and recaps the 2022 Junior National Showcase and all the happenings from here at East Cobb this past week on a brand new edition of Perfect Game Weekly. Our final day of coverage for the Sophomore National Showcase resumes bright and early tomorrow morning. Join us at 8 a.m. Eastern for a full slate of games featuring the best in the class of 2025. Now for Dave Ronsley and our entire PerfectGame.tv crew, I'm Steve Lennox saying so long. We'll see you tomorrow morning.